Hello and welcome everybody to the NACE Star League CS2. We got our Week 7 matchups lined up and it is going to be a fantastic time. We're closing out on our group stages for our Varsity premiere. We got a little bit of open premiere to look at as well. But to take you through the show today, it's myself, Seymour, alongside Marky. Marky, how you doing?
Doing well, Seymour. I am very, very excited to be here to watch Fisher again. We saw them 2 weeks ago. Last week, they were on the broadcast, but unfortunately, their opponents did just forfeit that match. So here we are back again here a week later, and we got them up first Rowan.
Excited to see them finally get a look at that Fisher CS team that I've been waiting to, get my eyes on. And we get to see if somebody can take them down too. Rowan Owls, yeah. We get to look at our schedule. You can see it at the bottom. Our first match has already been leaked, but to see what we're taking you through today, we got Fisher versus Rowan in our match number 1. The University of Houston versus the Colorado University of Mining as our second match over in our open premiere. These two teams are going to be exciting to look at because, to break down, I guess, our varsity premiere matchup that we're going to be looking at, it's a team or two teams that are kind of still fighting for, I guess, a leg up over the rest of the competition. Fisher sitting at 4-1 technically in those standings. Rowan Owls sitting in 2-2, Marky. With it being the last day of the group stages, Rowan has a chance to kind of bring Fisher down the standings a little bit.
Yeah, so Fisher is tied for that second place spot, right? So this is just as important for them. And yeah, Rowan, they have the chance to play spoiler. But going into this one, just looking at these two rosters, I mean, it should be a fun one. But, with the likes of, you look at Tatum, you look at Why Not, Frizzy, Moz, and Juxo. I mean, in all of Varsity Premier, I mean, this is one of the deadliest rosters. You come over, you see Tatum, former ECL advanced player, Why Not, main advanced coach. Frizzy was just last with Wanted Goons last season, qualified for main. So big firepower over there.
100%. Even with Moz coming out from my old college, St. Clair College, moving over towards Fisher College to round out this roster. On the other side, Rowan University, like you said, looking to play spoiler, 2-2 in the standings, just sitting a little bit lower than Fisher Falcons. And these Owls sitting of Kirk, Kansas, Aloe, Gunks, Cold, as well as Jay. However, it seems to be that we are actually going to get a substitute in for Rowan today. It's not going to be Gunks joining this roster. It's going to be Samuel joining in with them to sit as support for the rest of the team.
Yeah, so that should be pretty interesting. Gunks is a player that did have a little bit of experience on this roster, but that's the question going into it, is where do these sort of players stand, right, and how you get this level of competition into this game. So once we do get those videos, we can kind of take a look at where the series will take us, but I think most people will sort of take Fisher really anywhere we go, but I mean, that upset factor is still there.
It's going to be a fun one. I mean, I've peeked a little bit at what the vetoes are going to be for the series. And this best of 3 might start a little bit plain. No spice really on that chicken, Marky. But it ramps up in spice levels as we keep on going. It's going to be Mirage map number 1. No big deal. We're used to seeing Mirage these days. Vertigo map 2. I'm excited to see that one as well. It seems like Rowan going to be starting on the CT side for that too. So Rowan looking to start off strong with that, map number 2. But then an overpass decider to round out this best of 3. It's, it might start off with a Mirage, and I'm never excited to see a Mirage. I'll be honest, Marky, but I'm excited to see a Vertigo.
Yeah, no, and when you're really looking to go into Vertigo, Fisher, they were picked into this by GMU just a couple of weeks ago, and that was on their second map. That was their opponent's map pick, and they handled business there. That was a map that Vincent and I casted just, a couple weeks ago, and so these guys coming hot off of that. Mirage, hey, man, we talked about it, the firepower on this squad. This is the ultimate playground for it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I feel like Mirage slowly is becoming like the Dust 2 of like this generation, especially heading into CS2.
That's perfect. Yeah,
100%.
Absolutely.
And I feel like that's the only reason why I look at this series. And I'm like, it might start off like with no spice at all, but then we get into the Vertigo. And with CS2, Vertigo has even evolved in its own right, not having to have those, the keybinds on your jump smokes or your jump util for whatever. You don't have to worry about too much the intricacies of Vertigo anymore. And you just get to set up, throw your strats, and kind of all around with this the verticality of this map. I'm a big fan of Vertigo. It's kind of been growing on me since CS2 came out, but you know, whether or not Rowan's going to be able to take down Fisher tonight, I feel like that map number 2 is going to be where we're looking for them to actually upset.
Yes, yes. But right now, we are going to be going straight into map number 1. We're going to be seeing Fisher start off on that CT side. And Seymour, this is exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Fisher team, who you previously said, with that firepower, can set a precedent early on. And now it was starting off with a CT. Looks like Rowan wants to attack from the T side over towards a B, execute right away. I'm actually a pretty big fan of this one, too, especially considering that Fisher only has one person. A little bit of a quick flank coming out. A lot of information being poured out right now from Wynot, who's already flanking apps.
And he's getting Frizzy trotted over on that rotate, but can Tatum get out of trouble? Chasing him down on that side, it's taken out. Now Frizzy, the backup is here in Market, just dodging around that window, but look at Wynot on the flank.
Do they know the flank? Nobody seems to be watching this. 3 players standing for Rowan, and it's going to be Jay to finally clear off. Wynot? Aloe's going to pick up 2. Frizzy left in a 1 versus 1. Nice tap with the USP, but holding out on time. Aloe just has to burn this Clark, but it seems Frizzy doesn't want to let that happen. And a pistol round starting off in the favor of Fisher. I'll have plenty of time, even without the kit.
Wow, it's so close there, Verona. I mean, you get it down there to Frizzy. Maybe not the man you want to see in the clutch, but hey, it's pick or poison with this Fisher roster at the end of the day. Tatum did his job well to let those rotates get there, but ultimately, your CT side, they're going to be able to get that financial backing early.
One thing you got to watch out for this Fisher team, Arky, is you're not going to, or you can't allow Wynot to get all that spacing through mid that he did in the past round. Think about how good that B setup would have been if they denied that information over towards Wynot. But Fisher off the second round, it seems like there was a force buy over towards Rowan, so that first pick is going to be lovely.
And Frizzy just continuing the domination, opening us up just like that. And Rowan, they're on this force, and they're looking to get their names back into this game. Jay, he's just got to spam out that smoke, getting a little bit awkward, but Frizzy swinging and doubling them up, and Maz just gets taken down for a second, but then there is that second right for Fisher College.
Yeah, an MP9 and a UMP kill. A little bit more cash in the pockets of Fisher, too, off that second round. Losing out on Maz, the only player, should be a healthy bonus going into this third round. For Rowan, they forced up, so that bonus for Fisher is looking more like an actual anti-eco for now. Rowan's still electing to go for a little bit of a force buy with Deagles across the board on all 5 members, but gonna have to be cautious still of Frizzy, who's been playing over towards Connector. Gonna find a little bit of damage off the back of that for HE, but it's also gonna be Wynot here with the scout to get a second one. Drops the nade, and Tatum gonna throw one right in deep with the Galil. Collects a second kill as well. Flank already on board from Maz, rushing through that T side of the map.
Oh, man.
Last 2 remaining players of Rowan going to be residing inside of Underpass, and I can't imagine that this is going to throw back over towards their side at all, but they don't know both players are going to be here. Samuel's going to get another kill. Rotations for Frizzy should be able to put this one away.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how long Frizzy was just going to dance around that smoke right there. I mean, it even shows Maz, this whole team, they've got their head in the game. Maz is a man on a mission right there, getting that flank through. But Seymour, right, here's the elephant in the room. This MR12, this is what we're all talking about here with CSGO into CS2. And it's the discussion of the finances. You know, do you remove that 1,400 loss bonus altogether? You know, we got IEM Sydney playing out right now. I believe none of those matches are going to be playing out technically tomorrow, later tonight. But you see a lot of those teams maybe going for those really forced saves, or even vice versa, those really forced attempts at the retake. But right here, Rowan, they're going to be able to get their first buy up in round number 3, and it's still not everything they could ask for.
It's a lot of cash to go around in CS2, especially for teams who are on that loss bonus. So Rowan, they are healthy as a horse for this 4th round, and now with the AKs finally gonna have a chance at putting one on the board, because they read Maz. Nobody has cleared this just yet. That's smoke over towards Palace is keeping him nice and clean over towards that corner. Here comes Frizzy Tatum and the rest of the crew already rotated at A, shutting the gates on the Owls and not allowing them to take off.
That is brutal for Maz. The positioning right there, he stays so patient, just staying alive in that corner. But the rotations from Fisher are just perfect. They get into the site. It is just a field day for them when they get past those smokes. And if I was Rowan right now, I'd be shaking in my boots. I mean, this has just been crazy right now. They get back up with that half buy.
No way.
Is that what I see? Is that an R8? The server on
an
Samuels,
R8.
the super sub. He's got a trick for us, but just like that, why not? The offer for this squad backed up by Frizzy. The top connector man in a different position is backed up by Tatum. My gosh, you can't slow this man down. Just taking his talents to collegiate. Just like
not
that.
allowed to drop the hammer with that R8 revolver.
No, thank you.
I was looking forward to it too. A lot of damage, I'd say, you know, fortunately for Rowan University, or it's still going to be on this loss bonus here for the next round. They're going to be able to buy up yet again, but a lot of damage onto Fisher College. You wouldn't expect the Falcons to be too far down in the dumps, being as Frizzy still has 7.3K in the bank. Juxo still's got 10K in the bank, so the Falcons are still going to be able to stay as healthy for a couple rounds now. Rowan needs to be clean across the board for a couple.
He finally got cold on that op, so maybe he can bring it here towards Why Not, but he's just sitting in that smoke. And, you know, one of the new features with CS2 is that nade tech onto that, but it's not even going to take that for cold. Through the smoke, he's going to get that opening onto Frizzy.
It's just how many teams are going to be able to take advantage of the new dynamics of these smokes and actually utilize these HEs to open up for that information. The AK is also punching a little bit of a hole through there, but answer back from White up of his own. Juxo going to double down, and now numbers for the Falcons. You do get the bench jump over towards over towards top mid, I'd say, for Kurt Kansas, but it doesn't seem like they want to fully execute and take that space. So Cold's going to do exactly that. Head on over for a little bit of a possible flank towards the market. It's being washed, but Cold is showing up right now with the AWP.
There's no way that Tatum expects that. That is a ridiculous shot by Cold, continuing his domination right there from middle. But you look at Juxo, the 19-year-old coming over from this Valorant squad, is defending this B site in Samuels. He's just got to test his patience for a minute. Does he dare to test this one-on-one?
They want anything to do with it. They're waiting for Cold to get here. AWP in his hand, and he's on the board. I'm getting an ace. Expecting Moz to swing as well, and that's an ace in round 6 for Cold to finally heat up this Owls roster.
There you go. Well, that's the play you needed. If you're going to get momentum onto Fisher College, that's exactly the way you need to get it. Hype up the rest of Rowan. Let's get this going on that T side. If you can get that dominant financial advantage over the defense, now it will take at least one more round to break them, but Rowan, that's the first step.
Why not sitting on this USB as well? It seems like he wants to quickly get back to that AWP. Aside from that, I mean, Fisher don't seem very worried at all from
Does
that
he know
round
that he
loss.
has just the USB?
You know, I'm sure he's smart enough to know.
He set himself up for that nade peek with the window smoke, but I think he dips out. I mean, he's got to just stay in the positioning, just a one-man army with that USB and window, and he's just got to support everybody around him. But just in that second, all of this destruction happens, and Frizzy, can he respond? He does, with 2 for the moment.
Frizzy was going to have to bail out that whole round. It seems like he's given a chance over towards Moz, but these Rowan players are rotating all the way back over through apps to B. Moz with the A1S and a Molly. Gonna have to jump into the deep end and really bail out the rest of this round. 2 versus 1. Bomb's gonna get planted. Give a Molotov. 2 flashes in the hands of Samuel, but Alo's not gonna let Moz get anywhere close to seeing the site. The senior gets shut down, and Owls put their second on the board. Should be breaking the economy of Fisher now.
So now you can sort of get into the driver's seat without actually recapturing the lead. It's more recapturing that momentum is happening right now. If you let Fisher College just move on to the next, right? Don't let them get on that weird 6 that you're just letting up. So right now, barring something crazy, Rowan should have this one in the bag.
Cold has been lights out. Tag onto Why Not.
That stings.
A little bit of damage for these AKs to just have some of these players softened up a little bit more, I guess.
Still hanging around with that USP, I guess. A couple of his teammates are on those Deagles. And Cold, this man is just on the hunt right now. Oh, but there it is. AK is getting that opening pick, but here's Tad doing so much damage. But he does drop.
But not enough. That chance was for 2, and he's going to miss it. Juxo continuing to push this advantage, and right behind both these members, they have no idea. Somebody's going to turn around, and Juxo gets slain. That's Jay with the heads-up play to turn around and make sure that nobody is watching from Catwalk. Sandwich is going to get cleared, and it's all down to Frizzy in a 1 versus 4. And you look at the damage done to Cold, maybe you're good for 1, and the 1 is going to be the player planting that bomb. Frizzy gets 2.
Okay.
No way you read Arrow going to be up top.
No!
He does. Frizzy! Frizzy!
What?
4 shots, 4 kills.
Oh my
The
gosh!
Deagle mastermind.
I can't even believe that. He gets the timing onto the bomb planter, but everybody just picks him one-on-one. You can't give Frizzy a chance like that to get busy. That is just crazy.
Frizzy gets
I'm at a
busy. I
loss.
like that.
Thank you. Thank you. I try. I'm at a loss.
I don't know what to say about that one. That should have been a round win.
I'm surprised there's no pause on the server right now. I think there needs to be a moment of silence after that one, but hey, the best competitors are the ones that can just move on, right? Bro, they want to forget that and get into the next round because, hey, it was something crazy that happened with the Deagles.
Because these past couple rounds haven't been too clean for Rowan either, although they've been round wins, you don't get that full buyback from Cold on that AWP. He's just stuck to the Deagle once more, and the utility is going to be worse for wear as well for this school, so you really have to kind of put all of their eggs in the basket of potentially just deathballing their way onto side. That pack mentality going to work out this time. It's Cold delivering with the Deagle shot.
My goodness, Cold. I guess he can continue it. No AWP needed, but there you go. That trade does finally come out, but Aloe has allowed all of this space to come through into window, crossing right back over. Juxo will be exposed, but multiple targets in front of him. Just gets left for dead, and now Jay is going to try and take all of this space where Tatum lies.
It's Frizzy again who's going to be the difference maker, who's been just sitting inside of this ET spawn for so long. Now in Palace, they swing out for 1. Trades are there this time. It's Maz. 1 versus 2. Jay, weak, down to 15 HP. The bomb is planted, and Maz has that kit, so time to spare, but both players separated on 2 different sides, and Maz is going to get shot in the back from Aloe, sitting towards ramp. Rowan with the really strong answer back on what could have been a crippling round.
That is a good, that's a really great one for Rowan. I mean, right there, you can just take the breath. You're right back into the game right now, but we will highlight Frizzy after getting that last kill in Palace. Seymour, that moves him up to 18-4. 18-4. That is insane.
That is absolutely just lovely stuff coming out from Frizzy. 18-4, and on the aside, Cold 10-8. So you know, you can see that Rowan, they are fighting for this one. Ma's gonna get caught hands down in the open. Shot in the back of the head. Jay's gonna find a second one as well into this, and they're running over these pistols. It seems like this anti-eco is looking flawless.
Little bit of damage on the pistols, but it's just a hiccup, and I bet Kurt will come out of this round clean anyways. Don't want to caster curse him into existence, though. Okay.
Hey, Frizzy's still here.
There you go. Throw it up. Why not? Still getting taken out, though, but there you go. I mean, a little bit of fun along the way.
Frizzy still has full health, too, so fortunate for Jay.
It's just 19th. I mean, my gosh.
They need more exit kills. I don't think Rowan can afford this. They need to start thinking about just giving up sight, letting the time go, and hopefully expecting Frizzy to go down with it. Aloe gonna spot that. Frizzy's gonna hop it. And no more than just that. Does Allo stay alive? He does not. So 4 rounds for Rowan University, only losing out on 2 members inside of getting that 4th round. And still an opportunity, Marks, to think about closing off this half at a 6-6 tie.
Certainly. And I don't know if at any point I really saw this coming to fruition if it wasn't for this right back and forth. I mean, now, even on these Deagles, we're not completely handing it to Rowan, but there have been those situations where Fisher, they get matched for firepower. You can totally come out with this 6-6.
Here we go. AKs cross the board for the team. About 5 flashbangs. 1 smoke and 1 molly. And an HE for Allo. Taps in the smoke. He crosses shoulders with Cold. He has no idea. Cold's going to get deagled in the back of the head yet again. Luckily for him, the team is right there to trade it out.
And it's just left on to Juxo if they are to just send it up into B right now. A couple of those players still mixed into under, so a thought to be had. And Frizzy will join Juxo at the B site, so at least a duo on each pair, but it looks as if Rowan, they know exactly where they would like to go. Positioning in window, they have everything they need.
Yeah. I like that they're not jumping the gun either. They're looking for Fisher to make it a mistake, but Will Samuel have the read on his right. Boz elsewhere gets cut down by Allo yet again. Juxo tucked away in the corner. Nice trigger discipline. Finally lets it ring. That's Samuel to go down. Peeks out from Frizzy, sitting back bench, surrounded by Owls, and he's going to fall. Juxo's still alive, but that's about it. 2 members versus Why Not. And Rowan on the docket of getting yet another round, but Kurt has no idea where Why Not is coming from, and Why Not might get holding of his life. Turns the corner. That's an AK. 1 versus 1. 69 HP for Jay. Not a lot of information, but he still gets the check. The read onto Why Not gives Rowan the 5th.
Certainly looks right in the correct place for Why Not, just sneaking around there up cat. What a timing he found at first, but Rowan, they steal it right back. I mean, this 6-5, 6-6 could be right on the cards. You see everybody getting back up with those premium rifles on Fisher College, so let's see what Why Not has with that big green. Still a little bit quiet at 3-9.
How will Fisher answer back to this one? They have that AWP back in the hand of Why Not, but where is it? It's sitting over towards Ticket. Not a lot of pressure has been shown from ramp throughout this T side from Rowan, so a little bit surprised to see Why Not with that positioning, but again, it's back to that underpass control that Rowan has been really favoring, taking this middle map and pushing over in towards Market. Lose out on that first pick, though, and a lot of damage down towards Allo as well as Cold, and Rowan might not even have a chance for one of these sites.
Certainly not. You look at the HP, he could try and get a timing there, but there on the other side of the map, gets that back onto Moz as Kansas, but Cold just lying and waiting, trying to find T that is risky enough to try and go for this, but hey, Juxo, he's got this thing locked in over here. Don't mess with the B anchor. So meanwhile, Frizzy just maintaining things in top con, and Rowan not shying away from window even in this final round. Won't be successful on it though. Oh man, from afar that op finally gets going, and Tatum, you're right, he gets all that information at top of cat, and he can even hear Samuel stomping down below him. Where will this man try and go for his final chance? Fisher, they look to get this 7. Juxo just right around the corner. This man is living for just another moment. Gets that kill onto Tatum, but Fisher secures that 2-round lead.
It's just a mountain that you can't climb at that moment for Jay. Unfortunate, for Rowan to lose out on that chance for a 6-6 half, but, you have to kind of give the flowers when they're due for them to bring this back to what it was after a 5-0 deficit to start off that round, or that half, and then they bring it back to a 7-5 half. That's not too bad for Rowan University, especially switching now over towards their CT side, and it's definitely going to be most teams' more preferred side.
Certainly, and you saw Fisher, you know, getting on that CT side, it's not a complete ticket to success because you still have to work out, right? Get that middle control, and I think that's why not on that op didn't have as much success as he would like. Also, you can blame Frizzy for taking all of the kills off the board for the rest of the boys, but you will see that possibly get going here on that T side, maybe later on, but right now, Fisher College, they are maybe questioning exactly where they need to go in this one, sending Frizzy back to top mid, and there you go, locking in that headshot on the Cold.
It's a big one, too. Taking down Cold is some large firepower out of the hands of the Owls. Kansas is going to get the information. Everybody just exploding outside of ramp, and side control for Fisher is soon to come. Tatum is going to run down the member over towards stairs, but he's not going to lock down that kill. Frizzy's going to be the one to get it, and this is a lot scrappier than intended. Samuel's the only player on full HP. Moving over towards jungle. 2 members in front of him. Unfortunate. Going to take that headshot, and that opens up so much now for Fisher to put this one away. 11 HP for Aloe. The 1 versus 1. Frizzy, 54 and some armor.
There's that peeker's advantage we know and love from CS2 right now, but who else would you want to have in this opportunity? 22 and 6 to this point. We were just at the beginning of this round speaking about how he was really just setting out at that 19th spot, but just like that, popcorn right into another 3K into this next round, and he's looking to punch in the digits here on B.
Such an important round for both teams. For Fisher, you put yourselves in, you know, arm's reach of Rowan University yet again. For Rowan, you have that chance to tie us up as we switch. Aloe doesn't have the kid, so he's got to go, and you could tell 11 HP does not have any wiggle room whatsoever. Frizzy's going to hear the playthrough cat. Now just waiting for the time. Aloe, no information to play with, taps it. As you go, second one, you have to hold it. Frizzy knows it, secures the pistol. Number 2 for Fisher College here on Mirage. That takes him to number 8.
Good way to get your T sides started, especially with a momentum getter like that. I'm sure these guys are hyped up enough with all the plays that have happened. Scoreline a little closer than they would like, but obviously you can have a little bit of fun along the way. And Rowan, they're getting up these upgrades, just slight, right? A couple of Deagles, and I believe that's a pair of Doolies out on Samuel, so I do love to see it. I do love to see it, but 5-7 as well. Let's see if they can tee off on any of these heads.
The need for Rowan, but you lose Aloe. Suddenly, that feeling of success is slowly slipping away. Samuel's going to be seen. Shots towards his own teammate, and Kansas is going to get trucked. Nice headshots here from Frizzy. It's just tap away at these members. This should be it. Tatum's going to put a little bit extra change in his pocket. Cold now looking for some last-ditch heroics with this Deagle. But oh man, can't even get them one. So flawless transfer from Fisher College for number 9.
That's a little poetic to how this thing has really gone so far. Now with Fisher getting back with 2 round wins back to back. And I really do love seeing Tatum just run it down with that MAC-10, do the dirty work for this squad, find out where those pistols lie. Because even now, you may be just be coming into really what is another half buy here from Rowan. You can get up with maybe a bit of a stronger Deagle armor buy, but I just don't really see this going any other way than it did in the previous.
Swag 7 on Jay. He's going to spot that. Now he's going to dance around here. And doesn't know it's on the other side, but it's a blind Jay, and that's going to make your efforts a little bit easier. Maz doubles down with his MAC-10. Everybody from Rowan University looking for the outside in. Molotov splashes, smokes, everything's going to be rung out. As the MAC-10 just continuing to collect. Tatum. What a round from himself. 4 kills to get double digits.
I don't know. I don't know if we've ever had this. Do we have an admin? Do we have some referee that can come out on the field right now and give this guy a yellow card? That was disrespectful as ever, just to run right into market there. Tatum, this is his server, and he's making it known. Getting 10 for Fisher College right now.
Running through his mollies with the Deagle.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Doing anything.
It's ridiculous.
That has to be a foul.
Certainly. Oh boy.
Look in the hand of your ticket player. It's Aloe. That COD gun doing the extra overtime right now. Gold's going to get a nice answer with this AWP, though. Juxo closes that gap right away. 2 versus 3, low HP. Aloe, so definitely not out of the realm of possibility, especially considering Juxo's going to bring it back. 2 versus 2. A little bit more space to be looked at here from Juxo, and Samuels almost gives them their 6th round, but it's down to a 1 versus 1, and Frizzy, without that bomb planted, has to look at this from a different point of view.
It's a very different point of view. This man is up and out of dodge. He's going to try and circle it probably all the way back to mid and maybe try and make a decision from there. But we'll see what test is thrown Jay's way, as really last time this 1v1 situation came about, just was committed to this near site. But now Jay goes searching.
Jay, I like this. Unlike Aloe from before, Jay's caught on the heels of what could be a rotation back over towards B, but it's been a fake. Frizzy is actually playing Jay right into his hands. Heads back over towards A to punch these digits and possibly even ice up yet again for Fisher. All he needs is one tap of this AK.
Yeah, and he'll just walk it right back. He absolutely knows where Jay was just about 10 seconds ago with that sound cue. Now knowing that he is going to have this, just going to punch in those digits right now. Let's see what Jay has for us. Ooh, they may just meet sooner than we think. He will just bring it through jungle, though.
Flash out for Frizzy to clear out CT. Not going to be there. He knows. Jay now fighting from jungle with players with an idea. Smoke's going to drop from Frizzy along with his Molotov. Jay doesn't have the kit, and the spray's not going to land. 8 HP. Frizzy just continuing to burn this clock. Jay's got to make a play through the smoke, and Frizzy is waiting. The clutch from Frizzy for Fisher College to continue to collect these rounds.
Seymour, I know you brought up the COD gun before. I know you're a bit of a COD caster. Is this not a COD scoreline? 27-6. I mean, my eyes cannot believe it every time they come up. And then it's not even like he's doing this against the ecos. It's in clutch situations. It's when the impact comes through.
It's what you expect from a coach who's been around the scene forever to make a play like that. The fake is lovely. Rowan just need to work together to trade out these kills, and I think they're letting them do a little bit too much. Cold gets another one in the flames as well. That is ridiculous.
Love to see that. Maybe exactly what the CT side needs here. If that's matched. Tatum having a little bit of trouble getting back onto this op, but Kurt Kansas, he's still looking around for this. And now Juxo, he will join his Opper teammate in mid. Let's get this guy a little bit of help, he says, but just removed like that. Now you're all alone, Juxo. And now they're swimming around you like sharks. Jay, just in ladder room. It's only separating that smoke from that player. Juxo in an interesting position, starts us off with a headshot in this 1v4.
They need to be here to trade it out. They can't give Juxo these individual gunfights like they did Frizzy. Now inside window, he's going to let his position be known. Snaps over to Aloe, expecting ladder room to be occupied, and it is. Although the reposition from Jay is just continuing to toy around with Juxo, and there it is, the nail in the coffin for the round. Not going to be able to collect too many of these rifles. Jay's not going to be able to pick up the M4 off the ground, and Rowan, they stay alive for now, and no way. Are they going for the double up setup?
It looks like it. When the cash is green, you bring out that dual big green, I guess you could say. And right now, I'm really curious to see where Jay does head out for this. So, usually you're going to want to have that op up in window, obviously around ticket as well. But, these teams, they can have these crafty picks. Now with these smokes, you can really go for some daring mid takes, but we'll see what utility comes up around this. You're even going to see that all come out on Aloe again. And I will say, this has been something that it honestly, these games that we've seen, this one game, it's been pretty tame so far, Seymour. I will be honest. These guys in CS2, everything is on the table. They're buying auto shotguns. They're buying autos. They're buying AUGs. It's all in the meta.
I think we've seen literally everything that you could see happen in CS2
We saw
already.
an R8. We saw an R8. There's that.
Like, I'm talking about across the past couple of weeks, like in competitive play. We've seen everything. There's nothing that could be surprising now for CS2, but a player has actually snuck over towards Tetris. I'm not sure if Aloe is going to be aware of this whatsoever. And this could be a little bit of an exploit for Fisher College. Why not with this AWP sitting inside Palace? A little bit of mid-control for Tatum being worked on. But this whole round can blow up. One player alone. That's going to be Maz, but Tatum's going to lead way.
That is a big one to find right there at the top of connector, but why not? I think it gets off with basically the foot right there, crossing right back into jungle, doubles up with another pick. I believe that was into CT. So from afar, why not finally having that impact with that op? And now Samuels, that's rights right there in market.
A lovely round yet again from Fisher. Very patient in kind of taking that A site. Everything kind of stems off the back of that middle control. You get Juxo up in towards Tetris. You have Why Not inside Palace, but, you know, the green light's being lit by Tatum through connectors. So everything kind of falls apart and unwinds for Rowan right all at once, and they just cannot get a grasp so far of what these Falcons want to do. But players stuck down over underpass. This could be a chance for Rowan to collect a little bit extra cash, but Aloe's going to get swept under the rug right away, and that is not something you can get away with for free. So now you need Kirk Kansas to make some play, and there it is. The kill onto Tatum, instantly traded out by Juxo. Trade still favoring Fisher.
And you get what you asked for, Emar, right there. You summon the play. He does it. Now let's see if Juxo can come up with a couple of more. This guy is full of surprises now. He's got a couple more targets up on that AK. Meanwhile, he is the biggest decoy known to man. He's got the whole team over here, and the one CT that realizes it is Jay. Maybe a little bit unarmed for these long-range engagements, but he will try to close the distance right now from the jungle, dodging this Molotov. But now Why Not, knowing about this cat player, will just collect that. And now from afar with that Mag 7 actually doing some damage just in the crosshairs. It's a matter of time.
3 flashes for Jay. No, 2 flashes for Jay. The third flash was on his teammate, and he fell just before he could make that play. And easy as ever for Fisher College to put away Mirage. Their map pick 13-6 after leading the half 7-5. Marky, they never looked back.
That was ridiculous. And you can look towards the beginning of the game. Hey, it was there for Rowan, right? They get that clutch out just like that. That's how they get their first round, okay? But it's matched. I'm sorry, Cold. You had a great game, but Frizzy had an insane game. He had an insane game. That is a total Mirage scoreline where he was sitting at. I think it was, what, 29-7 to end?
I didn't get a look at his scoreboard towards the end of that game, but I know it was somewhere in the realm of 29 kills for sure. And a lot of focus for sure on Frizzy, the fragging capabilities that this player brings to Fisher College. But I want to talk a little bit about Juxo at the end. The sell towards B for both of those CTs to kind of give up that A site and allow that plant to come in for free. Absolutely brilliant. On top of that, Juxo finds not only 1 but 2 frags there as well, just to stun them and just kind of hold them for that time being. I mean, Juxo played amazing over towards that B side, even on the CT side when he was playing anchor.
Yeah, you love to see how many different ways he approached that anchor spot just with those solo angles, right? A lot of the times towards that B site, you are going to be left alone and having to fend for yourself. So that man did not look troubled by any of those scenarios. And Juxo, the last time we got to cover Fisher College, obviously Fisher maybe just now relighting that fire. A couple of these matches that they would want to play have been forfeited. Maybe teams not being able to favor these rosters, but hey, it's a little scary going against Fisher in the first place, so you can't blame him. And right there, I mean, you see why. Tatum, Frizzy, Why Not, everybody coming through. And then there's Juxo, okay? The man that is full of surprises. I mentioned it on the cast. You know, last time we saw this guy on Vertigo, he was coming through with all of those entries. So if we see him get warmed up like that towards the end of the game, I'm looking forward to Vertigo, Seymour.
I'm always looking forward to Vertigo, Marky. And as these players are warmed up for Fisher, they're leading strong now, looking to take back what could be the top side of the standings here in Nace Starling for our Varsity Premiere. We're going to cut to a quick break as we get set up for Vertigo. Up next, folks. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. What a game we saw back on Mirage. Map number 1 of our varsity premiere was an absolute banger with Fisher College sending us to this map and taking it in a very convincing manner. My name is Seymour, with me, Marky. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw on this map, because as we sift through the highlights, it seemed like a pretty one-sided affair sometimes.
Certainly did. There were a couple outliers, right? It's ending to that 13-6. A couple of those are coming from, right, those low buys, the ones that Rowan should be winning. But there were a couple times where, you know, namely the star of the show, Frizzy, in that 1v4 at ramp with the Eagle just out of nowhere was ridiculous.
I mean, it kind of begs the question as we head in towards our map number 2 is who's going to shut down Frizzy on this Rowan University team? Because there were times, Marky, where you started to see them put together the puzzle pieces and they were like, okay, we kind of understand how to shut down Fisher, but in that second half, we barely saw them light the torch on that CT side, and they're starting off Vertigo with their CT side.
And that will be an interesting feat to see right off the bat. And I really would like to see that momentum get going. Because at a certain point, right, Rowan, they've done a really good job, honestly, at the beginning of these attempts to try and execute or get out into mid, right? Getting some opening kills really onto players like Tatum, why not, that are in some of these pretty important positions, right? On Mirage, you're kind of hanging around in window, on Cat with those areas. So really, when you were getting into the late round, you saw Frizzy alive a lot of the time, but right there, we were talking about it. It's just those 1v1 trades that really, it's kind of hard to come about those gunfights. You really got to know exactly when these guys are going to peek you, and you don't have that. So you got to just be in tip-top shape for just really getting back and trying to respond to really an impossible task, which is shutting down Fisher College.
It's not going to be easy for sure, but hopefully they can find solace in their own map pick in Vertigo. But for now, folks, we're getting ready for this map number 2. Don't forget that we have iRacing here at NACE Star League, and you watching this, yeah, you in the back or the front, in the chat box, what we see. Register now, nsl.leaguespot.gg, to have that chance to race on stream here at NACE Star League. It's our iRacing series. It's new to NACE, and it could be you to take home that trophy. But here we go. Vertigo is ready and set. Can Rowan take down the Falcons?
And let's see it. I mean, right here, you got to get this pistol round going, and you're now a man up. But Tatum, look at this positioning. You're seeing the P2000 get going, collecting that headshot, and now both these players, they are on the chase. But so is Tatum, right back in your face with that Glock, and now both of those Fisher Falcons push right into the ground.
That was spicy for the retake. I mean, they let the bomb go down instantly, but I love that Rowan are showing a little bit of diversity in these retakes and not just kind of taking it head on with all 3 members. A flank was there just to seal the deal, and Fisher were a little bit distraught in what to do after that bomb went down.
Yeah, so there, I guess, if you want to really look at it, there's your example of Rowan now stepping up in the late round. This is where they're going to need to do things, and now more than ever, Seymour, pistol rounds, they're just as important. You can get these things going. You look at the buy from Rowan. They're going to look to come in with these MP9s. Maybe you get that long-range AUG that we love so much, but let's see these moneymakers get to work.
Yeah, Fisher, you know, they planted the bomb. They're going to have a little bit of cash, but not enough to warrant forcing up here. And I like that call from Fisher. Just take it one step at a time. So, yeah, Rowan, they finally get a pistol round. They didn't get either of them back on Mirage. And no, hello. I feel so bad. He has no idea. Shot in the back of the head for Juxo. That's going to be a recovered MP9. And Fisher now all grouping up over towards ramp.
They can get something going here. I believe they do have this flash on Tatum, but I really do like the call right here because you can get a lot of this financial damage on the Deagles, but almost always in CSGO, when you would see the T side dropping that pistol round, but getting that bomb plant, you almost have a guaranteed force every time. And so right now, it's very telling to see where their economy's at, right? You now have Juxo getting up with just the money on everybody, and so you keep that over. These guys should have a really good buy in the next, but before we get there, they got a chance for a bomb plant and more.
Yeah. Jay's gonna get yet another kill with this SMG. Samuel's gonna get right on that bomb right away, and it seemed like majority of the kills here for Rowan were by way of these SMGs, so just as good as this Fisher buy will be, Rowan should be right there with them with 3 members remaining alive.
My gosh, that is what you love to see right there. And, you know, I was saying, hey, man, it's either a bomb plant or a little bit more. You know, you see maybe a Fisher crazy little clutch that you've seen every now and again. But there is Rowan, not enough for any games in this series. You're going to see Overpass as that map 3 if we need it. You're going to see the money saved now allows Why Not to get this AWP up in their first gun round.
Can Rowan put 3 together right away? I mean, that would be amazing to see after a lackluster Mirage. A little bit of good damage there from the HE onto Juxo. If Aloe sticks around, could get the better of this fight. And if Juxo goes down, that should be an AK recovered as well. But while this is unfolding, Tatum up ramp. Seems like Fisher just looking for some space over towards A with how easy it was to get this bomb down. I don't blame them.
Certainly so. And Jay is still hanging around here with this M4, drowned out of utility just for the moment, but hasn't spotted anything going crazy up here towards ramp. But as there's movement elsewhere, he's going to have to be pulled away. Moz is doing a great job as a decoy right now.
And everybody from Rowan's already rotated. Only one player is still sitting over towards scaffolding. Moz is going to get denied over towards B. Jay has found his way back. But it's just Jay. And that's about it. No, Jay's going to have Kansas.
Oh!
Sitting over towards scaffolding, just over towards alley. But Tatum's going to get a second one as well in the smoke. Kansas finally going to make himself known. But Tatum is just collecting kills. An electric moment for Tatum to get 4 in the round and put Fisher on the board.
That is insane. That is insane for Tatum. Even a man of his caliber. There is a highlight to the reel, just standing up like a turret right there on the orange box. But my goodness, I mean, you see the kills that he gets around that smoke. With these new smoke mechanics, if you're sitting right above them, just like the player was on Headshot, you are never safe. And when it's Tatum on the other side of the server, I may question if you're going to take that position again.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. For sure, a lot more aggression being shown here from Samuels. Seems like Juxo had an idea too and listened carefully for what was unfolding. Why Not got traded out to start this round, and all 4 members of Fisher now grouping up over towards B.
And start to get this thing going and walk silently up the ramp, not giving away any unnecessary clues, and nobody boosted up near that yellow sidewall. So it's going to be all up to Jay, as it was last round, to sort of now here. Okay, there's the explosion of the Molotov. Here is the silent approach from Fisher as it gets loud. And Jay, he's going to spot one player around the corner, going to try and spam, and does, onto Juxo. But Tatum, oh boy, PTSD is what I'm feeling. You got to get off of there, Tatum. My gosh, making my heart thump with that, but it's just on to Cole.
Ooh, Gold almost lands the shot in mid-air, but Tatum's able to recollect himself, and Fisher instantly bounced back into Vertigo with 2 rounds of their own. And you talk about somebody who wasn't really the star of the show back on Mirage. Tatum and Moz are doing a great job at entering to both sides. Moz just being, I guess, that lurking distraction over towards B. Keeping himself known.
Right, not to throw labels around like that, but Ma's definitely the most inexperienced of this roster, so when this guy gets going early, it can only mean great things for your squad, but he is a huge part of this puzzle, a huge part of the teamwork. Now boosting up, Why Not?
Cold?
The Cold, he'll round the corner and drop that tower. But before, Why Not? I don't even know if that was in the air. He's going to take out Cold himself.
Why Not with the fadeaway AWP shot? And luckily for Rowan, you do clean up Jux over towards mid, so you've brought yourself back into a 3 versus 3 with a chance at this round. Here comes Tatum, that entry god from last time. Kansas shuts him down. Why Not continuing to press this issue? Kurt has to reposition, but he's not able to stand tall against Frizzy. This Why Not Frizzy duo has broken the ranks. Now looking to put this bomb down.
just collecting some of that utility. It's going to be so crucial for Jay. They know where he's approaching from, but fire at the feet is not going to bother. Why not? Collecting all 3-op frags there in this one and collecting that lead back for Fisher.
Couldn't ask for a better round there from Fisher College. Any kind of one player standing out to you? They all had a piece of the pie there. Why not with that shot on the AWP? I mean, what a play from himself. Keeping Cold back with that AUG, finding that second shot onto the player in sight, and then the third one to Jay to pick this one apart. Just fantastic plays from Why Not there. Finally letting this up sing. Samuel's going to get a trade on this Deagle, but it seems like that's all we're going to be seeing from Rowan at the moment.
Cold. You can just stand and wait for a moment. Removing Moz and maybe even an AK to come into his paws. Does collect that, but Tatum, oh man, he is close. And even just trying to get you on the pistol, maybe playing with his food a little bit too much. They're going to have this bomb planted at a little bit of distance between Cold and that A retake. Let's see if he even goes for it.
From a Reddit thread that shooting through that, I guess, part over towards B, a little bit more difficult on CS2 than it was on CS1.
Oh, yeah.
Or CSGO, my bad.
CS1.
CS1.
Most certainly.
That was a long time ago.
Oh, yes, it was. But now it will be that save. And you're right. I mean, even for maps like Vertigo, right into CS2, this is one of the more familiar ones in Seymour. I hate to put down your Vertigo parade, but in the public eye right now, this is maybe one of the maps. It may be on the chopping block, maybe for that reason that it hasn't been changed up too much. It's also, you know, we're still having a little bit of audio bugs in CS2 just with the vertical audio. So Vertigo and Nuke right now, maybe not the most ideal in those scenarios, but I'm a Vertigo enjoyer as well. I think it's a very, very interesting map, but hey man, I see what people are saying, but it'll just be hard for me.
And you can't, you know, from the casual eye, this map is entertaining and fun, but from a competitive standpoint, you can understand. Something needs to change for this map. Cole this time puts his foot down over towards B. I love this forward pressure that we're getting from Rowan. Kind of funneling Fisher over towards this A side. He needed Jay to maybe win on that second fight, but slowly and surely, Fisher are starting to pour out and collect these kills. Tatum gets traded. Kansas looking to flank through scaffolding, catches Why Not looking the wrong way, and Fisher have fallen.
Wow. There it is, just like that. Kirk Kansas round in the corner and ended the dreams of those Fisher Falcons just for that one little slight hiccup to that T side effort if you are a Fisher fan, but worry no less. They're going to get up some of these guns right back.
Yeah, no, 100%. And even look towards, you know, Rowan's buy here. It's not going to be the healthiest still. So they're not out of, I guess, the safe, or not into the safe zone just yet. So, I mean, Fisher, by all means, they have a chance to spoil some fun.
Just dancing right around those nades. It's basically Chuxo in mid, tucking in right here.
He's been doing this.
Will get tricky. Yes, he has. Oh, and now a timing exposed. It could be anti-flash for that on player, but they're all going to go down, but barely. Samuel, he turns around, and that is one you absolutely need. The damage done, I'm afraid, by Chuxo.
That could have been scary if Samuels went down, but I think Rowan, they're breathing a little sigh of relief after that trade. No chance for Juxo really to open up and punish, but now they've whittled down Fisher into a 3 versus 4. He has snuck through over for scaffolding. Jay dancing around this smoke. Samuels has fallen, so has Kirk Kansas. Now it's all down to Jay to really hold his own, and as he falls, it puts Cold in an unwinnable spot. A 1 versus 2 with this AWP. He is going to be here to fight it out, but these players on Fisher are already gone, heading over towards B.
Yeah, they are on a mission just to get there in time to really just set up everything that they would like. Because Cold, yeah, he's got a much easier route to that site, and now he can jump around and get out right where he needs to be, right behind Jen. But that isn't enough space to get that bomb down. You got to get out, and you're not going to get that flick. A little bit of op-on-op violence, but the Fisher College Big Green stands strong.
Yeah, it's Why Not who has really been stepping up in that AWP battle versus Cold now. That's I'd say all 4 kills coming from Big Green for Why Not inside of Vertigo. And 5 rounds, 2 at least of which has been kind of stemming off of this gun. But it comes down to the chaos over towards A. Inside of that smoke, you know, huge rifling coming out from these Fisher players to frag out and just continue to trade with those numbers. And again, I mean, Juxo just cannot keep getting away with this through mid either. So
Certainly
much.
Not. Look at Jay. I mean, this is quite the positioning. Tatum, a little bit of a hop up, and now information onto the second. But you look at Jay. You look at with this shotgun. Let's see if he can stuff him at the point of attack right here. Maybe trying to get busy. Ooh, maybe not the right place to do that. Just caught out by that sniper, but now pulled back up with this op, trying to get his revenge on Why Not. But he is just having such a hard time getting burnt to a crisp because there is Samuels right back with the response.
Look at the health on Aloe, 6 HP in a dream. Player already taking middle control too. On the flank, it's Juxo. Who else but Juxo to just punish from this position? Samuels will make this a 1 versus 2, but without information onto where Juxo is after that, he is just going to have to check so many angles to exit this spot. And on top of that, just look at the cash for Rowan University too. Samuels going to get shot in the back of the head. Fisher get their 6th rounds. And Rowan just caught in a little bit of shambles here.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And you see it again, I believe we're going to be having a bit of a tech pause come out here, so we'll take a little bit of a look at that. Oh my goodness, right in the air. Tatum, if you will. And Juxo, he will keep getting away with it, Seymour, until they stop him. It's ridiculous what he's able to do in middle.
And then, you know, I'm liking what we've been seeing out of Rowan so far here on Vertigo, but at the same time, I'm not really liking how they're trying to get a little too creative on this map at times. It seems like they're not giving Fisher the respect that is due from what was shown back on Mirage. And you still see Jay trying to make those one-off plays, those one-for-one trades here with this shotgun. He's going to go for the XM in this round, it looks like. He's just hovering over that. I've been waiting for it too, but at the same time, these shotguns haven't been working. Maybe the XM
downgraded himself. Oh.
It's just this, I haven't been a fan of this mag. It hasn't been paying off so far.
I say go for the XM, but they're doubling down on it. Oh, but we have that R8 back in action, but now it's time for that shotgun to shine. 3 players right around the corner from it. Oh, good for 1 in this scenario. Frizzy continuing to trade. But now, ooh, my goodness, no chance there for Kansas. Shut out just like that.
And a lot of these individual gunfights from Rowan yet again being exposed by just some poor positioning, some poor strategy coming out on Vertigo, and Fisher has been on top of everything when it comes down to these one-on-one gunfights. So it's Rowan. I'm enjoying, you know, what I've seen from them at times, but they're gonna have to show me a little bit more if they want to beat Fisher.
Oh man, at a certain point, does Frizzy even pull the trigger right there? Let the man fall to his death? That would be the ultimate BM to come out right there. But on that T side, it's one that is up for a lot of discussion and is, you know, one that when you look at Vertigo and the verticality, I guess pun intended, not really, you can look and sort of, okay, we got a good thing going at B, but there's been a lot to talk about just going on with that B defensive site and really how awkward and get from the stairs, because just like this, Jay can take an angle and there is a player hanging around, but that Tatum, he is covered by a thick concrete wall right now.
Yeah. And again, Jay just going for this one-off play. Nobody here to bail him out. But here's the oncoming traffic caught with the utility in his hand. Jay's going to be the first to fall. Now you need this op to sing. Will it be able to hit those vocal cords just yet, or those high notes that you've been hoping to see? It will. Cold shuts down Why Not. Samuels gets the second one. And Fisher down to 2 members.
And I guess they can collect the pieces. You can send in Frizzy on a one-man army type of journey, as it will just be group backed up by Juxo. So they're going to be in a little bit of a buddy system here. And that is at least a little bit wholesome for what is to likely come out as Rowan, hopefully just shutting these guys down. They got to get on the board 3-7 right now. And Frizzy, as he just gets ever so closer, this thing makes me a little nervous, and just that timing does as well.
I didn't think Kurt Kansas was going to spot that, and he didn't. He goes back in. I thought that was going to be the end of him, and he's still alive. Samuels gets beheaded, and gotta be scary still for the clutch potential of these two players. Juxo a second one. Frizzy a third. Back down to Cold. Now 1-1 versus 2, and things falling apart at the seams yet again for Rowan University. They know Cold's going to have that op. They know where he's going to be playing from.
Oh,
Juxo head on a swivel. Backs down from the smoke. Plays it safe. And it looks like Cold he wants to hold this AWP maybe for the next rounds.
Yeah, Juxo was trying to do some sort of Tatum impression there, right up on the orange box, waiting for it. But in doing that, I think he loses a little bit of a track on the clock right there. Doesn't end up punching in the digits and will not collect over any money for himself. But he'll be fine. He's got those nades, got that AK up. But now, while still looking around, he's got everything that they need in this round for Fisher. Let's see how they can hopefully get this 8th back. I mean, that was one that I did not expect them to drop in the 1v2.
Another kind of, wow, can't believe that happened. But Aloe struggling at taking space versus Juxo. Juxo's just going to walk through the smoke for free, get a second one too, and yet again, just these numbers on Rowan. So thin. Cole's going to have to go big here. Playing around with his op. Side to side, he dashes, and he's not going to be able to get a second one. Jay is here, along with Kurt Kansas. But in a 2 versus 3, can they make it happen? It's going to be picked up by Tatum. Misses the first shot, and Kansas will be able to shut him down, and it's up to Jay in the 1v2. No utility, has the kit. On the other side, Frizzy with the flash. Why not? With the smoke. They can stall this one out for so long.
He's got that kit, but let's see if he's got a clue. Does on that first player at Big White, but now has to make amends with the sight position. Now he has sprayed everything down in that AUG. Switch out to the scopeless weapon. Moving ever so closer, and he's got to be precise on it, Seymour. It's the only way to put them away, and now he's got to get onto his sidearm. Dig found, but it is Frizzy bringing it right back onto Vertigo, securing the last round and a half, and you will move on to CT side with confidence.
And again, I mean, that half comes down to so many points of contact for Fisher just going their way. Juxo dominating the middle of the map on their T side. Tatum entering Fisher onto so many of those sites, and that late round presence from Frizzy. You just cannot go without expecting greatness from this player. Fisher with a lot better of a side transition in here on Vertigo than they did back on Mirage. 8-4. Can Rowan turn it around on the T side?
Ooh. And I guess you're going to start off by saying no. From the form of a Frizzy one tap, can he continue it, but just shut down by his arch nemesis in the server, Cold. You were talking about the flanks and how prominent they were. They're not changing it up. They're going straight for it and shutting him down. All left onto Aloe. Oh, he is able to spin and get one, but Juxo, the fun is over for you. And to get onto Aloe right there.
And that is 3 pistol rounds now that Rowan has not been able to secure here inside of tonight's Varsity Premier match. Pushes Fisher College to a 9-4 scoreline to start their CT side here on Vertigo. And a lot of this today has been some pretty pop-off individual battles. Juxo has been a non-stop force here for Fisher.
Oh yeah, and he's getting it done with the Nova. That was the one shotgun we didn't really touch on because, hey, it's kind of the ugly middle child of the class. But, oh, believe me, it can still get that blast. He does get that onto one of those players, but just knocked out like that. 15-9 has been impressive so far, but Frizzy, he can try and top that, getting 16 right now, and Kansas still kicking in mid.
Yeah, Kurt Kansas, the Tech 9. 11 and 12 throughout Vertigo. Not too shabby of numbers, but it has not reflected in their score at all. He is going to be able to take some of these guns away from Fisher. And there is a minute 5 left on this clock, so I am not going to count this over until I see number 10 punch onto the scoreboard of Fisher College. They have an idea where Kansas is coming from. Sprayed it down to 34 HP for this player. He's got to wait for the smoke to go down for a shot at this one. Can the Tech 9 ring off 2 headshots back to back?
Tatum was kind of fanning that smoke, trying to get a little bit of information back. Frizzy, he peers in and he sees an elbow, but can he go for the whole body? Now he will just dance around as Tatum's got that angle too. 25 seconds left, but it's a slick headshot to come through and double digits up for the Fisher Falcons.
They're not playing around either. Look how easy Fisher are just comfortable at taking space on this map. 2 members inside of the spawn of Rowan University so early on, and they just cannot do anything about it. I mean, you think about the communication going through the, I guess, school of Fisher, and they must be on top of the world, just smiling from ear to ear with the way that they are playing, because Rowan has not been able to step up 1-to-1 versus this team yet.
Certainly, and the only thing that can throw a banister into these guys' night is the natural. I believe we heard right before the game that Tatum had a popped tire on the way to the facility tonight, was still playing out of his mind. I believe he brought baked goods for the whole team as well. So, hey man, if you wanted to know what these guys had as a little snack right before the game, it was some cookies and brownies that brought them some magical powers.
I don't know about you, but I'm a big fan of cookies and brownies, so
Oh yes.
I know I would be in such a good headspace for this match, just like these Fisher players. We see Jay in a 1 versus 4 yet again, not going to be able to find a second kill, just the one. And Fisher Falcons are 2 rounds away from putting themselves into a 5-1 scoreline here for our Varsity Premier League.
Yeah, and you can get it up just like that. I mean, Fisher, they had somewhere to be today, just running it down in both of these games. So they can finish it just at the pace that they are. They can improve from their Mirage scoreline sitting at that 11-4 right now. But you got these upgraded pistols back up for Rowan, and they've been able to get some 1-digs here, but it is just Juxo answering that call.
Fisher, a win tonight would mean still a chance for second place in your league. As you're looking at Stony Brook and GMU Patriots playing tonight as well. That's a big match that you got to watch out for if you're a Varsity Premier fan on how this league will shape up heading in after this group stage. Right now, Falcons have one thing in mind and one thing only, and that is dominance here on Vertigo. And they're going to get it.
Love to see that. Why not finally getting into some of that action in middle? The rotation means well, and you see it all happen in front of our eyes and soak it in for one more round. We only have that much more of Tatum dominance. Really, that's what you're hoping for if you are a Fisher fan. But you look at this. I mean, it is just coming from each and every one of these players. Does it not look like he is floating in that corner when the smoke is down? That is just so weird.
What does Rowan have cooking for us to end off the Vertigo? It would be a comeback to end all comebacks, I'd say, Marky. But at the same time, I don't want to see them wither out just yet. Samuel's going to swing out. Tatum not going to have the read on the Juxo, sitting patiently with this deagle. Can't lock down Cole just yet, so we're into a 2 versus 3. But Aloe, you look at him. Just with a Glock in hand, not a lot to work with. It's really down to Cole to make a difference here. The flash out is going to be good, but he won't be able to secure the kill. And Aloe sitting in spawn. It seems like Rowan University tonight, they are withering out in a 13-4 loss.
Certainly seems that way, and now they will just hunt him down, put this thing together. So, as they get that last player, hopefully it is really just chalked up to a tech issue, but with the rounds that we have going right now, it'll just be put to rest. And Maz, he will lock it up with a knife to come into fruition and lock in that 13-4 here on Vertigo. Get that 2-0 on the cards for Fisher as they are still competing for that #1 spot.
At least that #2 spot, for sure. You're thinking about Stony Brook still at a 4-0 standing in that league. They're on good pacings if they can take down GMU for having that #1 spot. But other than that, I mean, you got to talk about Fisher and what they showcased here. And the fact that they have 1 loss kind of says a lot on this team. I was expecting, maybe Rowan to have somewhat of a chance tonight versus this Fisher team with, looking at them as a 2-2, you know, definitely, you know, punching above the belt versus the Falcons, but it seemed like this is where they met their match.
Certainly, right? And I mean, oh boy, you even see just some of the Tatum heroics, but you know, this is my second time seeing Fisher on the broadcast, and they are a great candidate to get on here every week with the entertaining game that they just brought us right now. But I mean, that's what you expect from these guys. And I know you bring up Stony Brook. That's the only team that they lose to in this division. So obviously it's going to be very, very heated for that #1 spot going forward here in the East.
Yeah, you know, I think I do want to talk a little bit about, you know, what we saw out of Rowan 2, and I don't want to, you know, go without congratulating them on the season that we have seen, because although it wasn't the best showcasing from Fisher, they want to go up against a good team, and there were moments, Marky, where we saw them starting to put themselves together, and there were some really good plays that I do want to highlight, some players that were putting on an exceptional show. Cold back on Mirage with that op. I mean, he got an ace with the AWP to open up their rounds for Mirage to finally put themselves on the board. And, you know, not only that, he was really, I guess, the leader of this team when it came down to the potential that they do have. So I'm excited to hopefully see Rowan in the future again, maybe push one step farther than what we saw now.
Certainly. And I mean, it will take, right, their most important cog, right, Cole, to have those very, very consistent games. And it led to some amazing moments. But we can touch on it briefly because we all know what Frizzy and Tatum are doing in the servers. And I just putting on an absolute, it was a disaster for Rowan. You know, these guys are putting on a clinic, and it was just so entertaining.
It was. And we do have an interview coming up very shortly, but for those who are watching, we do have not just iRacing here at NACE Star League that you should be checking out. We also have Fortnite too that you yourself can register for here at NACE Star League. We got our collegiate series at nsl.leaguespot.gg, so go check that out if you are a school looking to compete with your Fortnite roster and a chance at being one of the greatest here in NACE Star League. It's nsl.leaguespot.gg. And I hope to see some of those teams out there because Fortnite, it just gets better and better, Marky.
Yes, it does. It really is one of those entertaining ones, especially here in the collegiate space, and I can't wait to see more of it here on NACE Star League. But I think we aren't going to be having that interview. We are going to be packing up and getting ready for our second game that is going to be taking place in Open Premier.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like we are going to be getting ready for our second game in Open Premier for sure, Marky. So coming up next, we have our Open Premier match. It's the University of Houston going up against Colorado University of Mining. So you don't want to miss it here on NACE Star League. We'll see you on the other side of this break. going on, everybody? Welcome back to the NA Star League. A little bit of a longer break than, between both of those series, but we are here with our second match of the night. My name is Seymour. With me is Marky. Marky, we've moved on from Fisher. We have moved into now the Colorado School of Mines going up against the University of Houston. So let's take a look at the schedule and take a look at these teams.
Yeah, so I can't wait to see these guys finally getting up and getting into things. Obviously, we're taking things over to the Open Premiere. So for the first time, I'm seeing this division. I can't wait to see these guys getting going. But I'm intrigued to check out this University of Houston roster because I think they have an interesting matchup today against the Colorado School of Mines.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting when you look at, the way these two match up inside of Open Premiere, because unlike Varsity Premier, which was kind of on the brink of finishing off the group stages, this is kind of just beginning. So
yes,
University of Houston 1-2 on the standings. The Colorado School of Mines is 2-1. So opposites kind of meet right now. And for CSM, Mines has that chance to, I guess, upgrade in towards the top echelon of these standings. And, the University of Houston, who's looking to kind of turn around this season after finding 2 losses already, in kind of an area where you don't want to find yourself being down 1-2 at the very beginning of the season. This is your chance to kind of show up, show out, and start to turn things around.
Certainly. And, obviously, when you get into it, these guys are going into practically a brand new game. I mean, here you are. It's the wild, wild west of CS2 right now. Everything is sort of in an even standing, which is what makes it interesting, right? There was early a tweet going on, right, by Nico, where, there was this opinion voiced by the scene that we should get onto this game as quick as possible. That's what we've done over here at NACE. And you know what? These CS2 games, they've been so exciting so far. Even our last series, it was a Fisher 2-0, but you got to see some of the most exciting plays coming out. I mean, people have their issues, but we're having a blast over here.
With the old and with the new, and we've already seen pretty much everything that you could ask to see inside of CS2. And, teams, definitely, it's a learning curve for sure, but that's what school is all about. It's about learning and growing and then seizing those opportunities that you do have. Let's take a look at these two schools. Luna sees the opportunity tonight. University of Houston, Hetzo, Air Switch, Ducko, Saltines, TB. Over on the Colorado School of Mines, you got Jarek, El Pedro Dos, Cyan, Yag, and Gore. Apologies.
It's okay.
I might be saying that wrong.
It's all right. We'll get through it tonight.
Yeah.
We'll embrace it, in fact, But obviously, for us over here, there's a bit of a question mark, right, for the Cougs tonight going into it. Obviously, the University of Houston is one that may be coming into some of their first collegiate action here this season with Open Premiere. So exciting to see how these guys will get it going in CS2. And right, going back to that point, I mean, we do know a little bit more about the Mines' roster, right? These guys have been around a little bit in ESEA Intermediate, respectively, across the board. And so, expecting these guys to possibly put that up, who knows? They could find the upset tonight. It's all out there.
The only one who kind of, I guess, doesn't have multiple seasons of ESEA inside of their, I guess, back pocket is El Pedrodos, one of the seniors of the school. Other than that, I mean, this is a well-seasoned roster when it comes down to it. You got 3 seniors, 2 graduate students. I mean, they've been around the block, let alone inside of collegiate play, inside of the ESEA, inside of school itself. This is a team of, I guess, experienced players that you just cannot walk into this and expect them to not have that cohesion together. I'm looking at Colorado School of Mines, who are already on a good start towards this Open Premiere season to start to elevate their gameplay as it goes on. Yes, they have that 1 loss, but, who knows what we're going to see tonight. I'm sure that this team has already looked to, I guess, reflect on those mistakes and fix them.
Certainly. I mean, you can move on straight forward into it, right? The MR12, okay? Something we need to consider, and, even with hey, there's never a perfect way to go about it. You know, we have best of threes, we have best of ones. I'm starting to think that we're probably going to see the best of one format become a little bit more scarce in CS2, but hey, that's why we brought over the change, right? Get back to that classic MR12, right? I mean, I wasn't back in the day, right? We were sharing our Call of Duty past earlier, but you know, back in the day, these guys in 1.6, this is what they were doing. This is what they were used to. I mean, the rounds, they used to be a lot longer in comparison to what we are used to now, but hey, we're like 20 years in the future now. CS has evolved, and here we are all the way in CS2.
Less room for mistakes. Yeah, people got to tighten up their game style a little bit more now in CS2. But other than CS, we got more to talk about today. Hearthstone to look at. Register now at nsl.leaguespot.gg if you are a Hearthstone fan or a Hearthstone competitor in the college scene and you'd like to kind of level up, I guess, your playstyle and see if you have what it takes to be at the cream of the crop here in collegiate Hearthstone. So check it out, nsl.leaguespot.gg. Marky, to talk about our series that we have in our best of three today, it seems like our vetoes have been set in stone. Map number 1 is going to be taking us to Ancient. Map number 2, Overpass. And map 3, we go back to Vertigo if need be.
Yep. Yeah, so we are going to guarantee to get that Overpass that we did not get from the first series. So for me personally, big Overpass guy, not going to lie. Excited to see that. Yeah, no, there we go. There we go. We're finding some common ground here, Seymour. Some of these maps that, hey, I'm even loving this reskin. I mean, for one of the things, I will never forget that Twitter notification I get on my phone. Oh, the CS2 trailer is up. This is one of the first maps that I remember them showing in that trailer, and it's really grown on me. You know, I was a big Overpass guy on CSGO, but I think it's just as good. But this is one of those ones where it's not completely the same. Some of the lineups will hit because, hey, they didn't move things around too much, but you got to find a new place to put your crosshair.
Yeah.
Usually, I would say in 60% of the scenarios where you're really having these lineups.
I mean, I will agree with you on that front. I would say that majority of the visual updates that we've seen in CS2 have been killer. I mean, the Inferno change even, too, is just visually pleasing to look at. It's definitely a big upgrade when it comes down to the visual aspect of Counter-Strike, but the changes has been definitely one that a lot of teams have struggled with. I've been seeing Ancient, you know, surface into towards a lot of these a lot of teams' play style a lot more than in the past recently. Maybe it is the changes of CS2 has, you know, just provided a lot more comfort on a map like Ancient. Overpass, it's one of those maps that definitely it has kind of moved its way back in while teams have figured out what has changed and what hasn't changed with those lineups like you're talking about. But we get to start at Ancient. We get to see a map that has definitely grown in my heart. And we can see if the University of Houston can rise to the occasion and take down these miners.
Right now, Shen, he will just walk right into the site. And Cave players, it is hectic. Aquatics air switch, getting that all back. And Yag at the back of this one. Let's see if he can crack into the clutch. 2 already, but just denied by air switch.
Not to be mistaken by Air Bud, who can usually do it all. Air Switch does nearly the same, but Clutch is up for the University of Houston with a much-needed pistol round here out of the Cougs. So starting off with that first pistol already leads me to believe that this is going to be one competitive series that I am strapped in and ready to experience this roller coaster of emotions that we are in for.
Oh, I can't wait. And, you know, going back to our conversation about, you know, how CS2 has came over, it's been a big lighting change, right? So you'll
100%.
Notice that specifically a map like Ancient is much brighter, and that could be why it's so popular going back into this game. But Gore, he'll have to push back. They're just going to be teeing off with these USPs, but TP is in the back lines trying to get this thing set and done with the MAC-10, but they're not going full throttle with it.
That's a deep smoke towards CT, so Colorado School of Mines, they have no way of getting back into this safely. For all they know, the Cougs already set up and waiting for them to walk through these smokes, but they're lingering here. They're hoping to make this a little bit expensive. There is an AK in the hand of TV, so if they can shut down that, it's going to be a huge mistake for the Cougs, but they'll put that to rest, taking care of Yag. Seems like this AK will be able to live. Yes, it will. And all is well that ends well for the Cougs, losing out on 3 members.
Certainly, and you really start to look at it now. Mines, they'll have a chance to get up in this one. They've got these premium rifles up. The A1Ss is going to be dominating the purchases as of right now. There are a lot of those longer range angles. You'll see an A4 come out towards cave, a couple of these different positions, and that's another great feature in CS2. If we are just to list them, right, it's really interesting how that shakes up the meta. Obviously, earlier in that game with Fisher College, you saw them pick up that AUG multiple times, but then there's that conversation of which rifle do you drop, right? If you have a FAMAS, the double M4s, and a Scout, right, you even can get that op in there. There's never enough, right? But it's an interesting conversation to have.
It is, but another one too is that first blood factor here for the University of Houston has been on fire. El Pedrodos is going to be beheaded. Cyan a chance to maybe pull one back, but Air Switch checks it, and the Cougs are on fire so far to begin Ancient.
Yes, they are, but now Derek, he's trying to put it out, and he does for just a moment, but only one player removed, and there's nobody standing in their way of getting in to this A site and locking things down for really what seems to be that deja vu. This is where they headed with those MAC-10s, and now you're going to be seeing Switch just pump the brakes, not going to be going all the way into CT. Looks like these M4s are going to be looked to saved over.
That's a much-needed rifle round that the Colorado School of Mines was hoping to get, but the Cougs out here showing up on the T side of Ancient. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing. I mean, Marky, what's going wrong here on the CT side? What is kind of falling behind? Because usually a lot of teams would, more often than not, favor the CT side of Ancient, but they just cannot get it going.
So currently right now you're seeing just these guys get up and press their advantage, right? That CT side, you have a lot of that control, but it's where you sort of pick your fights. And a lot of the times, you know, the Mines, they can just up and miss. And right there, that's exactly what happened. A couple of their guys just taken out early, and then it's just that map control that gets burned out, right? Because usually how it goes, you're trying to get up into mid early if that's really what you want, or you're just relaxing towards B, get into mid late, because the Mines, you just got to try and just adjust to what offense is going to bring you. And hey, I mean, Houston, they're just going to keep switching it up.
Yeah, Houston does not have a problem right now. 5-7 for El Pedrodos, USP for Cyan, Eagle in the hand of Yag, and AK and A1 for Jarek and Gore. So not too bad when it comes down to the firepower of those two hero rifles, but it comes down to these pistols. They've chosen the right site to stack. Smokes are going to go out. El Pedro is able to take one to the grave alongside him. It's Hetzo to go down, an immediate trade. At the bomb getting planted, smoke over towards Donut. Everybody already rotated over for the Mines. Will they be able to follow this up with these rifles? Yeah, Gore continues to keep this even in a 3-on-3. Cyan a chance to work through Donut. Ducko's going to be watching this. Molly in hand, nice flash out. Ducko's going to fall back. Time ticking away. No kit on the side of the Mines. They got to choose. It's now or never, Marky, and it just seems like it's going to be never.
Yeah, they just got to back away. Jarek has this AK, so up and dip. Because right now, they're going to get right back into the site. It looks like Air Switch may not get away. Actually, both of these key players will probably go down in the damage. Yeah, Air Switch just barely surviving right there. And Jarek going to be happy to get this AK out of this. You look at the money of the Mines right now, and it is looking good. Cyan finally getting this op up, and now you can see this defense put their best foot forward. I wonder if they go for just some straight mid control here.
That's definitely been something that a couple of these players have favored for the Mines, but hop over towards Air Switch, who somehow stayed alive to the CS2 bomb. It is a deadly upgrade that CS2 nobody expected to see. It'll control for El Pedrodos. Cheetah control for one of these members is going to be Jarek. And immediate open up with the AWP of Air Switch. Jarek's going to swing to see if he can trade it, but heads up awareness from the Mines. Or sorry, from the University of Houston to expect the aggression from the Mines and douse that flame.
Right now, you look at where Hetzo has gotten right into the site. Smoke on his back. This is so much space that has been taken. El Pedrodos, the counting his lucky stars, because right now Hetsu is just biding the line between both of these players, and Gore, he will get back into it, but there is that trade back.
These members of Colorado School of Mines just trickling on in towards the site. AWP Cyan already wind in the sails, and he is gone. 5 rounds in a row for the Cougs. They have shown up today on Ancient. Not even their map pick either. This is the Colorado School of Mines map pick, and they just haven't been able to find stable ground.
So a lot of the time when you see a new map come into Counter-Strike, it will be that CT-sided map. And, you're coming up onto, I bet, is it been 3 years since Ancient has been put in?
It has been.
Dude, I just got hit with that. Oh, man. Oh, gosh, okay. We've gotten in a little bit with this, but you've seen it be CT-sided, right? And so towards the beginning of this summer, right, finishing out Counter-Strike Go, you were sort of getting to the point where teams are starting to figure it out. At events like IEM Dallas, we're seeing nothing but Ancient, and it was because teams were able to figure out how to get these 53, 52% T side favors constantly, because it was just so flipped for the CT side before. And right now, Houston, they are on that note and singing it to perfection, because right now they are flawless.
It comes behind some excellent fragging potential out of Air Switch. It was 9-1 to start off this map. The AWP in hand earlier, the rifle was carrying University of Houston on the entry to these sites, but you can't go without talking about the rest of the crew too. There's just some excellent coordination coming out from the Cougs, and one by one, this T-side just continues to exploit some weaknesses in the defense that is this CT side. But going into it, I mean, Cyan has carried over this AWP, and it has, I guess, rendered a buy-up for a couple of these members. 2 A1Ss that the Mines are bringing into this round.
And right now, you don't see Houston jumping into things too quickly. That's it. It's a desperate attempt to try and go for a pick, because you have limited util. You're only hanging on to a single molly and a smoke. You're spending one of those right now, and then you have no flashes to try and go into it. So you're dry peeking into that position. Else Pedrodos with a chance to even it up, just not completing it.
And now you know that there's a rifle and donuts, so you can take your efforts back over towards B. Oh, Hetzel's going to know the Tico's there. Unfortunately, the HE's going to catch the head, so it's going to stall him out for the moment. It's a 2 versus 5 for the side, and Hetzel is leading the charge. Just sharp tip the spear, and can it be shut down and dulled out? Gore's not going to be able to find another one. Hetzel's back in towards the site. Smoke's going to drop, so will the bomb. And this chance for a round win starting to fade away. Ooh. The op from Science not going to land that shot. One member left. It's El Pedrodos with this A1S, and they know exactly where he is. No trade just yet, but Ducko's going to get it done. 6 in a row for the Cougs.
El Pedrodos was cooking right there. You saw the HP left on both of those final opponents. They were in the range where it starts to get dangerous, but you're going to see one of these teams take a tack out. Not really sure which side that was. I believe the HUD is just covering that up a little bit. I wish I could get right into that. But hey, man, a conversation needs to be had. If I was a betting man, I would say, I believe that is that T side. It's looking like the T side, like green up there, you know?
Yeah, I don't know for sure. When I get confirmation, I will let everybody know. But so far we're just left guessing. And I could, if I was a betting man, I'd say that this is, the Mines taking a timeout now that they have a rifle buy again. This is their chance to maybe stop what has been just an open wound pouring and pouring out from this team. Cauterize that wound and maybe have a chance at a 6-6 half. It just have to be a monumental comeback.
Yeah, and when you think about back to the days, right, of CSGO, I think back to the days, like 3 months ago? Barely even a month ago, right? These guys, hey, you would have been up like 8-9-0 right now, so the pressure is on. But you talk about it, some of these games, they feel like a sprint. And, you know, for these guys in the game, you got to take advantage of those timeouts. I mean, there were teams in ECL that you just saw get absolutely wiped out. But then you got to take advantage of those 4 timeouts. The reason they shortened this was so that you guys could take those timeouts, right? Take this time to do it because, you know, when you were getting up to those really long best of 3s, I believe there was that one study put out where it was almost as long as a full-length NFL game.
That is a very, very long time.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Fortunately for Colorado in this round of the School of Mines, they lost Gore so early on as the only member with full utility on this team, and he didn't even get a chance to use any of it. So you look at these members of the Cougs heading in towards the site with utility of their own. There's nothing to stop them except for the guns here. And yeah, luckily can bring one back onto air switch, and some heavy firepower off the board, but bomb is down, and there's still numbers here for the University of Houston. So Colorado School of Mines, they cannot just be satisfied with trading themselves onto the site. Somebody has to step up and go big. You think that this AWP could be the chance, though. Yeah, it goes down. Jarek here for the trade. Science still hasn't found anything to do yet with this AWP. And Houston, all they're doing is letting this clock burn. They know now the op's inbound. They know the players are here. Science going to go down. Soon to fall will be Jarek. 7 in a row for Houston, and nothing yet for Colorado School of Mines to work with.
Hey, man, there's a reason why these Cougs choose the color red. They are red hot tonight, coming out straight onto their opponent's map pick, onto Ancient Ripon, 7 in a row. This is ridiculous. I mean, these guys are so confident with the money that they have. They just dig in their heels right there in the post plant. And I mean, these guys, they can just not challenge them on the mines. Things are just flopping right to the Coug side.
You gotta be careful not to kind of dump all their utility into one spot when they do have it like that. Because you see how quickly the Cougs have been able to kind of change their pacing from fast and aggressive to slow and methodical. And it's really respectable what the University of Houston has put together.
Look at what they're attempting right now. Just going up against these Deagles, you could certainly make a case for them getting this number 8, but you see the School of Mines. They're getting tricky. They're trying to get these boosts, and you have the $1,700 sniper even just getting so close to getting that spam out, but it's just all in the details with it. I mean, Houston, just like their previous, they're not rushing into anything.
Read between the lines, and all it says is Cougars at the moment. Cyan's going to drop as well. Gore has the scout. They have Deagles, but if you can't hit your shots, it's going to amount to absolutely nothing. A member over towards A, a member on B. The rotation already looking to back up Gore, but the scout's only good for 1 kill, and Jarek is left in yet another seemingly unwinnable situation. 1 versus 4. Aquatics and Hatso is low. A body shot will do them in, but there's no way of telling that if you're Jarek at the moment. And with it being a 1v4, you have thinking in his head, let's hope to get some of these rifles away, and maybe I can carry an AK into the next round. But that is a very big maybe.
He took the long way around, but now it's just going to get shut down. Aquatics around the corner. You're right. I mean, there was kill potential on a couple of those players, namely the man that ended up putting him in the dirt right at 27, but Houston, oh my goodness, they are just living and breathing in it. They can relax. They can kick their feet up. They're having a good time. There is no need to slow down. Get this thing going. I mean, I don't mean to, you know what? I'm going to caster cursed it. Last night, we saw our first 13-0. I believe it was FaZe and Ents at IEM Sydney. So the challenge is up. Let's see another one.
That was a dirty game, too. I mean,
Yes, it was.
I was up for that one. It was not fun to watch. If you were an Ents fan. If you're a FaZe fan, you're phasing up all night.
Oh, certainly. So, but Ducko.
Oh, Ducko.
My goodness.
Not expecting this. No way. El Pedro Dos gets away with a little bit of sneaky, cheeky murder.
Somebody check this guy's PC, man. That was dirty. Just taking him out like that. And there is an individual moment that you can put your back to and stand up with Yag. He's going to play off of it. He can just play with Aquatics, who does get it out. Now just barely living. 1 HP in a dream. Let's see if he can even get this plant.
Is it?
Oh my
this
goodness.
This is their chance to find around here. In Ancient, it's going to be delivered by way of HE Nade. Aquatics put down, and finally, there's something to work with here.
Certainly, and you get that round on the board. You can try and fan this thing to get to an 8-4. You have an excellent opportunity to do so now. I mean, hey, if there's any effort oh my goodness, opportunity in this game to get this going, it's right now.
Now or never, for sure. And now the confidence stemming off of El Pedros with that double kill through mid. He's got backup this time. 2 players looking for control. A crossfire between both connectors. Shelf going to be on lock, and Jarek here inside of Cheetah, just hoping somebody walks through this smoke right towards the AK. Spam through the walls, not going to hit anything. It's just going to give Air Switch this knowledge of some information.
Right now, that is really going to be favoring Houston. You have all this knowledge just to this player really just spamming off in cave, but it's something to work with, right? Houston, it's not like they've been completely thrown off the trail. They're going for this peak on Jarek. He is knowing better than to just go for it without just trying to get up something with this.
Yeah.
Air Switch, they're just going to hold the line.
And look at this, 47 seconds left. The Mines only have 1 flash, and they just used their last nade, so literally just 1 flashbang to hold off 5 members of Houston.
And it's just 30 seconds that remain on this clock. There's been a little bit of damage, but here comes the big one. Houston, they're cooking this thing up late, but you look at where Jarek is, just right around the corner, ready to wreak havoc with this amount of time, and he goes down, but that is already time taken off the clock, and now the response, the team kill, it's all going wrong, but it seems like they've got it in the bag, but there's the offer trying to make the play, and they say not today.
No, not today. Through the smoke, Air Switch falls. 2 versus 3 for the retake, and you still have a molly to hold them down. A smoke and a little bit of nade to chip down these players. Player inside of Cave, it's going to be Aquatics. Finds Gore. Yagging 1 versus 2. Players on either side won't be able to read that aggression coming out from Hetzo. AWP is secured, and so is the round. The immediate bounce back from the Cougs.
Huge for them to do it. I mean, you're right back on track. You even save over that AWP. Get that extra little bit of saved cash for you and get those AKs over. But you look at the response. It's so hectic. And you know what? The Mines, they have to match him on that. But Houston, you're playing their game. That is just hectic.
What will bring them back in towards this map? University of Houston have looked untouchable here. This team has been cooking.
Wow.
And what changes they needed to make to resurface here instead of open Premier. Jarek's gonna have the smallest little gap in the smoke and find TP on the other side. Will keep us even in a 4-on-4 with a little bit of middle map control to go on board with it. But you do have a member lurking over towards A. Nothing has been decided over towards B. There's still plenty of time to cook.
Oh, but there, the MP9 comes out on top. So suddenly, the Mines have an advantage here with a minute left in this round. You look at the positioning of Houston, reconsidering maybe just going through Donut here if they can match up in the middle, but really not that much time on the clock to drown this thing out.
This is another chance that Colorado School of Mines has for putting another round to the board before this half ends. You haven't seen too many chances, and you don't want to see them give up just like that. One member still lurking over towards B. It's the Hatso to make some noise, maybe draw one of these players away from Temple, and it's worked. Jarek moves away for the moment.
Whoa.
El Pedro's still sitting inside Donut. Pretty sure he got some information over towards Air Switch. The AWP spots the player in Donut. And now you need Jarek here to back him up.
And here goes Ducko towards that B site, and now there's 10 seconds left. This is even coming into the question of if this plant is going to go down, and Gore says no. Hetzo, he's going to be able to get his trades, but there's no time at all.
Just like that, I mean, I've been impressed with how late University of Houston has tried to keep these rounds, you know, last second executes towards these sites. They've been confident and well put together, but there you see a small mistake. It seemed like they were undecided whether they wanted to go to A or towards B, and then just one last change back over towards B. And they jumped the gun. I think Hetzo gave a little bit too much information to that B site, and it kept the Colorado School of Mines still in that realm of area. And they decided that since they still see Hetzo, nothing has been decided yet.
Right now, you're going to see this op battle. It has that potential. You saw Air Switch get the better Cyan in the last round, but he wants it back for his squad right now. And El Pedro Dos, he is now flirting with this B peak and the nades to mid. They will fan off these players for just another minute. And Ducko, this is prime opportunity for this peak, just with this P250 in hand, and it may come, but it's a shoulder. I don't know if it's a full commitment, though.
No, I don't think it will be. On the other side, it seemed like Houston, they wanted to fight. And finally, I'm starting to see some strong gunfights being taken from the Colorado School of Mines. They are not getting over egregious here. They're not getting over ambitious. They're taking their fights in tandem with University of Houston's aggression. And they're weathering it through it.
Right now, I certainly see the same thing. Oh, man. But there, Houston, this has been the constant. They were able to get some of these run fights in middle. And Ducko, it's just all about how you approach this. And El Pedro Dos, he knows what he has to do and just drop back. Or will press forward and just get that trade. It's all back to the mines in the end.
That is a lovely re-aggression back in towards Donut. Nobody expected that from the Cougs and the bomb.
Oh!
Slowly working its way back over towards B, but Aquatic's going to get caught through the smoke. Yang beats out TB. And the Mines, they finish on the highest of notes they could finish on. A 9-3 half at the deficit. Moving over towards their T side, they're hoping to see if they can, you know, ride this confidence, ride this momentum.
Certainly, and now we have another pistol afoot, but there you go. I mean, we just saw how strong that T side can be, and the Colorado School of Mines, this is their map pick. You know, this may be their better side, but, you know, it only takes a couple mistakes for Houston to put you away.
Yeah, and, you know, with how steamrolly CS2 can feel sometimes, I won't take this away from the Mines if they can get this pistol round underneath them. Nice flash out, though, for the Cougs. Ducko not going to be able to capitalize off of that. Instead, it's Cyan who is providing that support. Yank gets caught through the smoke, and that's such a Hail Mary shot that gives a little bit of life back over towards the Cougs on this retake. Mines, they have to fight out with these pistols in a 3 versus 4. El Pedro's going to get caught reloading. Hetzo delivers a shot right to the noggin of Gore. Cyan, last alive, speeding his way through the caves. Everybody can hear him, and Aquatics is going to give double digits to the Cougs.
Wow, is what I have to say. You know, I thought with how that initial entry went, you know, you can see just how powerful those Glocks are when, you know, in CSGO, the real ones, no. I mean, you really got to press that advantage, moving back and forth. And on CS2, hey, it's no different. That's exactly how they get into the site. Right there, it comes right through the smoke, right? That Hail Mary shot that you were talking about. But then University of Houston, they get that advantage. They don't freak out, and they press it. That's how they get it over the line.
Aggression through mid. El Pedro knows dispatched of by TV and a FAMAS. It's Force Spy not really leading to anything. Just TB has just dismantled them right away.
And you saw how much molly damage was on to El Pedro Dos right there, really just taking a couple shots from that FAMAS that wouldn't otherwise get the complete kill, but they'll take it just like that. Houston finding a creative way to try and put themselves in the advantage, and just like that, Cyan, off the back of these taps from Jarek, is going to take this space up.
Yeah, but he wasn't able to find that kill into air switch just yet. He's repositioned in CT, and this FAMAS still has a chance to fight. Around the corner, Ducko is going to get rid of Gore, and air switch, who might be on 12 HP, leaves Cyan in a 1 versus 4. Low HP for plenty of members here on the University of Houston, but doesn't seem like this one's going to be doable. Cyan fighting for his life, but won't last too long. Another round goes the way of the Cougs, who pushed closer and closer to upsetting the map of their opponents.
That is unbelievable. That is really unbelievable right now with how Houston, right now, you're seeing them pump the brakes. These guys are clearly practiced on this map. We had our questions going in, but I mean, they've just responded to every test. Right there, there's your opener. These guys just doing the important work. If you get that practice in with the nades in the offline server, it'll pay off in the game. Get those easy kills. But right now in this round, you're seeing that nade damage come out against these pistols. Space has been taken, but the damage has been done.
You know, maybe a couple weeks ago, I would have said Ancient is a perfect pick to throw off your opponent, but obviously teams are getting used to it. And where the Mines thought they were pulling a fast one over the University of Houston, that fast one seems to be the rock that was under you getting pulled away fast as ever. They just haven't been able to stand back up. Air switch. Nice little HE nade. Not actually going to land on towards Yag. Steagle still has a chance to maybe pull away a couple of these guns, but the Cougs are on their way to map points, and I won't believe my eyes here. 12-3 on Ancient. This is not what I was expecting.
Hey, this is when we would hit halftime, right? Just 1 month ago. I mean, and now the game's about to be over. It's been a flash. It's been a flash in the pan that I don't think that they've really have any idea what they walked into, right? We even had our doubts. So these guys, they just must be so surprised with what they've come forward to. But these guys, at the individual level, that they know that they've had in the past, they know that they can stand up to it. But on this scoreline, maybe it's just not their night on Ancient tonight.
Yeah, it seemed like the stats were a little bit misleading heading into this one. I want to know who the two teams that University of Houston lost to.
Right.
They're playing like this. Because this is some peak Ancient play here in Collegiate A Star League. The University of Houston just look untouchable.
And before, I mean, saw them drop to the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Go Badgers. You also saw them drop to, I believe, there it goes, the University of South Dakota. Excuse me, but Yag, I mean, these guys, an open premiere, they're all in the same conference, right? So it's all close, it's all personal, and now Hetsu, he knows that, and they are trying to put it away right here and make this statement right behind this smoke. These guys can get shot out of it like a cannon, but he's just going to wait there because these entries, they've been successful as ever.
Well, this is it. This is their chance to put away Ancient. 3 versus 5. Hetzo's going to be leading. Nice shots there onto the player over towards the T side of the map, but Aquatics is going to be the one to put him away. Jarek still fighting. Low HP on 2 of those members. And a kit for TB. But no info on what to do next. Finally going to spot the player into cave. Cyan's going to be removed. Both members so low.
What?
TB, can he do it? No idea where to expect El Pedro Dos. And the Miners still get to fight their way through their map.
He keeps his head down, right? He's locked in. 12-4 is the score right now, but it's 1 round at a time. That's the mentality. The Fat Lady is not singing yet. These guys still have a chance in Ancient. This was their map pick. Let's see if they can wake up.
Yeah, let's see if this is that call to kind of breathe some life into their game style here on T side of Ancient. I said that that comeback on Vertigo in our last series would have been amazing. A comeback here on Ancient would be next level because
He's spectacular.
it is not going to be an easy mountain to climb, but already finding that first pick over towards mid, a lot of space going to be gained off of that, and it's going to force some of these players for the Cougs to be over-aggressive. Taco being one of those. They should have heard that ding. El Pedro slowly expecting it, but not able to get the shot. It's Ducko to trade this out in a 4-on-4.
Oh, man, that is crazy. I can't believe Ducko will come out of that one, probably not believing it himself. But, hey, man, that's why you put in the hours in the DM like that. Get that Deagle kill up and over because, hey, it had to come at some point. You're down in that 4-on-4 right now, and it's where you place your chips in these next couple of moments that will determine everything.
Aquatics listening. He swings, score. Wow, nice shot. Again, a chance here, 4-5. Bomb will go down. Life advantage. Gore's going to be traded by TB, and that is 3-on-3 now, but look at the weaponry to play with. This is definitely the advantage over the Miners to put this one away. AK's reign supreme, and yes, they will prevail here. TV's just looking at any damage you can do with this SMG. Any more extra cash to take into the next round, but that's not going to happen. Miners, yeah, they have woken up, and they are here to play.
They certainly are, man. Oh, my goodness. They're rattling it off at the end. I mean, if you can maybe get as many on the board as you can, try and force that overtime. If not, you're putting your best foot forward right to the next map, right to overpass. So maybe you can do exactly what Houston has completed almost in this first game, right? Upsetting you on your map pick.
Scary thought. It's not easy to come back to. The overpass next. Who knows what Miners look on that map, because it should be a universally well-known map across the board. Swing 7 here for Ducko. Shadow J is loving seeing this gun come back into the server.
Yes.
But Air Switch is going to spot a noggin here with the scout. Smoke will block off El Pedro's for the cross, and still nobody has really met their match just yet. Execute seems to be leading over towards B, and that's just what Ducko wants. This Mag 7's going to have a chance. You check left or right? Well, you check right, and that is going to be Ducko falling. Shotgun not going to be able to get a kill.
So unlucky, and I wanted to see it get going. It was definitely in better standing than where we were on Vertigo, but now you can pop off these shots from behind the smoke as much as you want, but or he's going to be right next to it, volleying down. So really, you're getting to this halfway point where, hey, they've done it a little bit. Now, it's going to be even getting more complicated for Houston financially. They need to get out and even save this scout like this M4 that they do have, just because they don't have a lot of this money. I mean, you have this superstar with the M4 right now, Aquatic 17-8. I feel, you know, right calling him that because he's really had a ton of impact in this game. But, you know, it just needs to be better.
It's funny you say that because I don't think there's one player on this Houston team that has impressed me over the rest. Aquatic, yeah, statistically leading this server, but I haven't been disappointed with anybody over in the Cougs. They've all been kind of doing their part, and that's why we're sitting at a 12-6 game right now, because of the teamwork that we've been seeing out of the University of Houston.
No, certainly, right? You say that, it kind of sounds like a dig at first, but, right, their teamwork is just so good, and that's just what has impressed me. I mean, these guys looking so organized, and Ancient is a no-mat scoff at. I mean, any sort of organization on this T side, these guys are working efficiently tonight, and now they're continuing it. But on the other side, so are the Mines. They clearly favor being in this spot, and now Houston, it looks like they're going to drop another.
I don't want to be that guy, but where was this at the start of the half? The first rifle rounds.
Not the only one. Yeah.
The Mines can do no wrong at the moment. Just decimating one by one. El Pedro's has just... he's on the revenge tour right now. Those two opening kills, he swung straight through that smoke. The Molotov was blocking his exit, and he didn't care. He was ready to take those fights, and just some incredible crosshair placement to get those one taps.
When Yag, he is getting close to this player. Back here, Hetzo, luckily with this Himali to sort of separate himself from these opponents just now that he can get away. He's got to get further from this bomb just for my sake so I don't start freaking out on the desk, because we've seen it in these CS2. The bomb radius is huge.
I don't know about you, but in this game, that's the second time I've been like, he should have died to the bomb. With CS2, if that was me in the server, I would have died to the bomb.
Certainly.
But, you know, that's, I guess, my issue and not his issue.
That's a bias sometimes, it feels like, but these guys, they're just picking it right tonight. But Houston, I mean, this is a very interesting buy for them. They're not seeming to slow down on, you know, when they want to time these investments. It's right back to back to back. They try to make it impressive, and so right now it certainly is. But I mean, at a certain point, you let so many go. Maybe a big save is what you need, but maybe they'll shut me up right now.
I mean, you called this a sprint not too long ago, and I like that terminology because right now it seems like University of Houston, they were sprinting the entire, you know, 100-meter dash, but as soon as they reached like 90 meters, now they've tripped and they're falling and they're trying to crawl their way past this finish line with these buys. They need to slow down, collect themselves, you know, get back up on their feet and start running yet again. They just haven't really been able to give themselves that chance.
A nice drink of water, perhaps. Have a moment to slow down. You know, earlier we were bringing up the concept of Valve, you know, shorting up these games so we can have the more usage of the timeouts, right? This is something they're trying to bring to our matchmaking games. They want us to have as close of an experience to the professionals as we can, so they're there for a reason. And even to slow the pace at a certain point, you got to just take that 30-second breather. But hey, man, I'm up here on the desk. I'm not dictating it. These guys, they are going into it. They're going to step up. They've got this, man, advantage, but Hetzo knocked out like that.
Yeah, he's got control of Cave. You know Ducko's not there. Nice HE all the way. Copies it into the back line. Ducko's going to be removed, and those are both rifles on the ground. Does look like Houston want their chance at this, so they're going to go back in, collect these guns, and see if they can fight their way onto this site. You don't have a kit. That's the big issue. You don't have any information of where this post plant is. Yag's gonna get a freebie onto Aquatics looking the other way. Gore on the cross, removed by air switch. Will he get more? He does, but Science sprays down both members. And 8 rounds for Colorado School of Mines. They're 4 away from tying this up and giving us an overtime.
Sometimes there is a second, sometimes there is a frame where they line up and you just lose it all. Right there, it's so close, but no cigar. And right now, Colorado School of Mines, only 4 more rounds. They've already gone through it. 8 is the number right now, but let's see when Houston can respond.
Derek with the molly, watch go through the smoke, says, later. Let's figure ourselves out. Patience here from University of Houston. A lot less aggression being shown right off the bat. The only thing really you gotta look at is this donut control. Matisse in the back. It's a beautiful nade right onto TB. Brings him down to 67 HP. They're just poking away at this player.
This spray is through. Yag will get that kill onto air switch. So now luck is turning their way. But it will just sort of hit brakes right now. They've got this kill. Now let's see how Houston respond.
So flash over towards B. It's keeping Ducko there. An idea that Miners, they just want to kind of break through Red Room, and that's going to be the case, though. Nice trade from TB. Gore's going to get Hetzo. Still chaos going to ensue on side. And here comes the next one. TB is getting traded out by Aquatics. And back and forth we go. 2 versus 2. When the dust settles, if the Mines are fast enough, they might be able to beat out the second member from the CTs. They're going to block it off with a small Gore's going to get the better of Aquatics. And now set up for continuous success here. On the other side of the smoke, Ducko. Can he get it done? That HE is perfect. Too, they know they're going to hear it. And now they know for sure that the player is there. Ducko's going to try to get away maybe, but he's just giving no opportunity to play with.
I really like how Cyan just closes the distance right there, tries to swing on Ducko, but he really just ducks away. Not right now, though. Flashing through, and this is a 2-on-1, not separating it, and this is how the Mines will get back into this game. It is through textbook Counter-Strike, taking your engagements with advantages, and that is how they have fought back so hard.
You know, it takes more than one person to mine a cave.
Yes, it
And
does.
right now, all 5 of these members, they are picking up the slack from that first half. I mean, just to talk about solely Gore and El Pedrodos, who just constantly were losing battles in that first half. Now, it seems like they've found their groove, and they're starting to heat up when it comes down to their frag capabilities.
Oh boy, but air switch now. This is a change of pace, but now El Pedro Dos, he wants to shoot you in the face. None of those headshots coming through quite yet, but no matter what way you get it done, it will be a lot of fun for these T's just getting back into the mix. They're going to try and force you out of it. You can run, but you can't hide. TB found.
Oh, Ducko knows that
Oh,
Jarek
God.
is here. This is the second time Jarek has died to the Meg 7. Frustrating for sure, but I think you can find a little bit of calm in the fact that the rest of the team has gone on to A. They have removed the rest of the members of the Cougs. And finally, we get our timeout. Only 2 rounds left for the Colorado School of Mines to even us up 12 apiece and send us to overtime. And it's been behind of players like this. El Pedrodos with 3 kills in that round. Just lights out, crosshair placement, and taps with that AK.
These guys really are flexing their individual capabilities, and I mean, at a certain point, that's how you recapture momentum. You know, there was a point, right? We discussed we don't want to be that guy, but where was this initially? And you know what? It's not such a crazy thought. Now maybe it just took them a second, you know, for their caffeine to kick in, whatever it is. Now they are fully leaning forward onto their monitors. They are going into this one, 2 separating them from overtime now.
It's been a long ride. I said, Marky, this is going to be a roller coaster of emotions. At one point, I thought this was going to be all over when, you know, Houston was up, what, 12-3. But,
Yep.
I mean, the Mines are tugging at my heartstrings right now, and I don't want them to break my heart.
Don't want that either. Nobody does, but TB, he really is in on that plan. He does not want that to happen because, oh boy, would that be shaky coming out of this first game. The whole series up for consideration at that. But with map 1 having this competitive environment, I'm looking forward to the rest of this. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Still got a minute 10 on that clock. Ducko still locking in cave right now. School of Mines looking for that answer.
Be here, shoulder peaks, and the smoke dropped by Ducko. Actually, he holds on to it. I thought he was going to drop it right away. Players rotating back over towards A for the Mines. Only 2 members of the Cougs are going to be here to defend it.
And even Aquatics, not really with a molly or any stopping utility besides that. Just going to stand up here with the A4. They're going to get into the site, and there is your spray. Aquatics doing the heavy lifting right now. TV, he gets into the mix, but immediately taken out. Gore has done well to get in, but they are almost all slain. Now into this 1v2. Can Jarek keep his team alive in this map? He's going to fake the plant. 13 seconds left. It's all on him.
Doesn't have time to fake it. Now they know it should be a for sure plant, but they don't. Ducko's going to get baited. 5 seconds. Jarek's not going to be given the time. Air switch deals the finishing blow. The nail in the coffin of Ancient. It was scary. It was definitely anything but clean, but it is a win nonetheless for the University of Houston. They lead our series after Ancient.
My goodness. I mean, they end up doing it right there. My goodness, my heart was thumping just like yours was, Seymour. Oh my goodness. I guess we can look forward to the rest of the series with our heads held high because I think both of these squads can. But there is that asterisk there for Houston, you know. Their nerves got tested.
I'm impressed with, Houston and the way that they put together their CT or their T side of Ancient. The start of their CT side was definitely something to be impressed with as well. But then as soon as you started to see why the Mines wanted to go to Ancient, what they were kind of putting together on their T side, the actual potential of this team, I was becoming a believer. I'm sure plenty of viewers were becoming a believer. And I thought they were going to be able to do that. But again, the question, is there, where was that at the start of the game? You got to think how different this game would be if we saw them maybe put some of those rounds together earlier than what we did see.
Yeah, and we kind of looked at their experience as a strong suit. So really just staying in the game right there is a showing of that. Never giving up, and they fought till really the very end. That was a 1v1 clutch that ends up going the way of Houston, and that is how they close it out.
Yeah, it is. But for everybody tuning in, I do want to let you guys in on a little bit of something here at NACE Star League. NACE Star League is in partnership with Ubisoft. Is debuting a video series later this fall featuring select schools that are actively involved in the Rainbow Six community. Does your school have a strong competitive program or vibrant community? We want to hear from you. Apply now at playfly.com/rainbow6. That is playfly.com/rainbow-6. And let us know. We want to meet you. We want to know what your community is all about, everybody. Marky, we got map number 2, Overpass, coming up. A quick little break. We'll see you guys on the other side. A map one of emotions, I will say. Ancient picked by the Colorado School of Mines, and it goes the way of the University of Houston. Not something I expected to see. My name is Seymour, alongside me, Marky. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw here on Ancient.
Oh man, it was a tussle, but really, it was one stretch after another. You know, you saw Houston get up and get to that 12-3 spot. But I guess that is where the Colorado School of Mines do their best work, right? When the pressure is on. So they attempted a great comeback. They got to that 13-10 spot. They couldn't bring it over the line.
Oh, they could not. That's a big upset right now for the University of Houston, who hasn't had the best start here in Oprah Premier either. Starting 1-2 to begin their run. They win their first match. They lost, or they lose their first match. They win their second match. They lose their third match. And now heading into, I guess, a big turning point in their season versus, you know, the Mines. This is where you want to kind of get that win, equalize your, standings, and then turn around and start to work your way back over towards the top, Marky. And this is a great way to start.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And, we were talking about before, we are looking forward to this overpass. For me, right, it's a beautiful look in CS2. But I can't wait to see how the theory comes out, because after that first map, I am convinced that these teams have done some serious work, and I can't wait to see that continue on to OP.
No, I agree. I agree for sure. I can't wait to see Overpass, but I do want to give a big thank you to our sponsors for helping bring us this season, or bring this season to life. Extra Life, Duncan, Monster Energy, Odyssey, Elixir. Huge shout out to all four of those for helping put together the NACE Star League, helping put together these leagues in general for each individual esport, because it is nonstop fun. It's nonstop action, and as we can see in that map number 1, it's anything but one-sided. It is chaos for sure. So let's head into Overpass, see what these two teams are cooking, and see if off of that late resurgence into Ancient, can the Mines bring us to map 3?
Ooh, and I really like seeing Houston go for a couple sets of util here. This is interesting. Let's see if these Glocks can match them. You got Cyan, right? The guy that's picking up the big green for his team on this P250, so he's going to have to be precise as ever. But that's the USP's job, teeing off on the Yag.
Is the big green the AWP or the P250? Is like, or this is just like any of the...
You play a certain role. You're the man himself, right? You get up that hero
are the
deagle.
big green.
You got to hit the big ones. Oh, yeah.
You're basically Hulk at that point. So let's see. Crossfire set up from our CTs. The Cougs definitely have great standing on the point, but picked apart by these pistols. And Daco suddenly has to do a little heavy lifting. Cyan's going to say no, sir. Denies him entry back onto site and puts us into a 2 versus 3.
Oh, man. Now they can really dig in their heels right now. Cyan with a bit of an interesting engagement, and the dualies aren't going to find that close range, but now it's really back and forth, and TB will be put in the ground. The School of Mines are continuing their domination from map 2.
Arky, this is where I got to ask you. Dualies, yes or no?
Yes! Big
yes!
Yes!
Okay, yes!
Big yes! I'm a huge dualie supporter.
I love that. I love that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's just
give me a nice dualies on top of hut, nuke pistol round, baby. Oh man,
that just made me smile.
I'm happy to do so.
Mines. I mean, they might have lost their map pick, but they didn't, go out without a bang. So now into our second round here on Overpass, looking to do the exact same to their opponent's knife out for Cyan. Oh, it seemed like he got up the ladder, but. Those ladder mechanics in CS2, they sometimes get you.
Yes, they do, don't they? But it is just tricky firing off from the top of the ladder. Mac 10 has been gained, but really, it's just the maintainment of this bomb, right? Stay as a group. And really, that's what both of these teams are doing. Let's see if the CT stack can get to A in time to slow down Houston.
I was going to say, all of that effort, and the Mines didn't really gain any traction off of it whatsoever. They were still stuck over towards Playground, but they finally figured it out, recognized, what Houston was putting together, and they've made the necessary changes here. Bomb will go down. They're planting for Bank.
Yeah, they're smart about it. They want to lock it in, right? Get that bank scenario. Let's all tuck in, not let the USPs do what we know they can, right? It only takes a couple of dinks for this thing to really get crazy. You got this Deagle, you got this MAC-10, and they are going for it. There's the MAC-10 on that side. Gore finally doubling up. Now we're going to hear that name sing. It's just one man. Hetzo put into the ground.
There's a couple players going to be looking at for the Mines to start this comeback into the series. It is Gore and El Pedro Dos, two players who, back on their CT side of Ancient, not really very active, not really in the limelight whatsoever, but their second half, I mean, their entry capabilities together were second to none in the lobby, and it almost was exactly kind of the recipe to success that the Mines needed inside of Ancient for that comeback that almost happened. So seeing that they activated back on Ancient, makes me excited to see what they could do here on Overpass, and it has already been a fantastic start from these players. Yag expects a little bit of aggression over towards Monster. Nobody's going to be there from Houston. Already a first blood for the Cougs, and we're going to be able to expand off that.
Certainly are. And my goodness, it was a daring first blood, getting all the way up into short for that thing.
Yeah.
Ducko, you're right behind it. There is a response that could come out from not only Connector, but short. They're not going to exactly go for it. Just tucking back onto A, but now, it'll even be another engagement from Gore. He will let him get away.
You know, with how, I guess, forgiving CS2 has been with a lot of these gunfights, I think that fight for short has become all the more possible for these CTs. So I like to see that they're, you know, fighting for it. I like to see that they are pressing the advantage there. So can Air Switch do anything more? That's a big question. He will be able to find a second one. Yag will drop. Hetzo here to back him up, and only one member really remaining here over towards water. It's going to be Cyan. Gore now the only one standing on side. Has found a trade on the Hetzo. A second one onto Air Switch. 1 versus 2. Definitely doable with Aquatics HP, but not going to be easy.
Gore peeking up above. Aquatics, you're right. He's not giving this thing up for free. Really low on it. So now you've got to dance. Now you've got to get this bomb down. Press in those digits, and nobody really taking the opportunity to sneak up on Gore like that. But it really is just a matter of time. Aquatics, they all get into it, and it's going to be a third for the Mines.
I don't mind that at all. They give up the bomb plant for sure. But you can see how vulnerable these two members felt, how, you know, open to upset that was. So the fact that they take their time, allow for that bomb to go down, and slowly ease their way back in, I'm a big fan of that play.
Me too. I really support when these teams get together and really just play it. Don't complicate it. I mean, that's how you really got to get these things going. But you can crack into it right now. It's still not going to be that perfect buy up, but it's a start.
The first round's always the hardest. We saw that back on Ancient. It took, what, 8 rounds for the Mines to finally put one on the board, so I'd like to say that Houston is already contending for this map early on, not leaving anything up to chance.
When Ducko not getting as lucky as players were before on Ancient, just turning and burning and smokes all the time. Oh boy.
That's the second time we've seen it miss its mark, and it might start punishing the Mines if they're not careful with it. It happened back on Ancient, now on Overpass. It's not the craziest thing. I'm just surprised it happened twice.
Hey man, it reminds us, I guess, where we are if we're sticking to the NA memes. You know, we'll lean into it for a bit, but it's all laughs.
Oh, no.
But not in the server like this. That's not very funny. Another one dropped for this T side in Gore. He can try and get this thing back. Here's an opportunity for this pick, and he does encapsulate it.
They didn't fully clear bathroom, and Gore was able to work his way and work his magic, like you say. They don't know air switches along yet, and this could be a weakness for this attack into the Mines. Fantastic crossfire is going to be set up, and no flash in. Hetzo is going to be able to take that one for free. Cyan gets the trade, but they still don't know the MP9s here. Back is turned, and it's time to shred through these members. Air switch only good for the 1 kill. The bomb is going to be faked out. Player inside bank already. 1 slowly moving over towards Dumpster. It seems like they're just going to group up for this one, let the bomb get planted. Over towards Default. Here comes Aquatics around the corner. It's going to be incredible for Cyan to make it happen. Gets the first one, but trade is there. Cyan almost does it. Aquatics walks away with 18 HP.
And you know, they approach it as a team again, and that is what has brought them that success. It's going to be expensive again. It's sort of been a constant. But there you go. You tie things up.
Yeah, 2-2 we go. You look at the money for the Mines. They could put together maybe some kind of hero buy, but I'd like to see them stick to just maybe upgraded pistols in that sense. And yeah, that's what we're going to be getting. So this is going to be possibly Houston taking the lead here on Overpass. Barring, you know, and I want to say barring because I've seen some crazy things on CS2.
Yes, we have.
Some magic with these pistols.
Let's see it get going, right? It's about time we can see that Deagle get back into things. Was very prominent in our first Varsity Premiere series tonight. This time, it is that Deagle entering back for just a second, but the storm weathered.
Yeah. And as expected from the Cougs. Minute 20 to play for here, so I guess the Mines, they can figure out if they can pull some mistakes out of here, but nothing out of the ordinary for Houston, except Yag's going to provide a little bit of an issue. Gore out elsewhere, going to get a second one, and suddenly that's a rifle required. Cyan's here alongside Yag. Those Deagles proving to be dangerous, and now in comes the M4. Swings out for Aquatics. 1 versus 2, and they know exactly where to look.
Right now, they can get this bomb down. Hetso, now is your time, and there is your shine. Getting that headshot, that's the hard part done. Now you know where the second is, and he tries to get tricky, but not today. And Houston, they get the lead on map number 2.
Get the lead, but I am sighing a breath of relief right there if I am in the camp of Houston, because that was way too close for comfort. Those Deagles definitely making it look a little bit possible, or a lot of it possible, with that M4 recovered onto Gore. I thought he had a chance for it, but I'd say pretty bold of him to jump up on that stacks.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really, I feel like a lot of people expect that now. You can blame Olafmeister for that, like 6 years ago, but hey man, these guys, they're making it do, and right there, a great 1v2, and you're right, I mean, maybe one they should have came out with anyway, but a good clutch right there.
As good a time as any for Mines to bring this one back and continue to contend for this fight. A little flash out over towards water. See if you can peek out from short too. I love that setup from Houston. Just multi-prong setups from them. Yeah, I guess still pushed in to water. So there's still some short control for Colorado to work with.
Right, there needs to be that response, and it's really a point of contention connector, and you're going to still see Ducko holding onto it really at the top, but then remove just like that. So now a serious point of contention has been swayed over towards the Mines, and we'll just try and get back into this thing.
So much time for them to just toy around with Houston as well. Will they go to A? Will they go to B? Nobody really knows. And for that, they have to split their efforts. It's a 2-2 setup on either side. Not the craziest rotation to help out these members over towards B, but here comes the Mines just ready to explode onto site. TP tucked away over towards Toxic. Good for 1. That's about it. The rest just going to continue to trickle on site through Monster. Air Switch somehow still alive, but Aquatics ends up going down to the mix. Air Switch gets blown up by a nade. And the Mines look to equalize this series once again.
Wow, and Hetsu, you better back up. You're not getting anything for free in heaven like that, but they're not even really going to give him this chance. They'll look for it, though. Still confident on it, but hey, man, you should really consider really getting out of that, because these guys, you look. Air Switch, the unfortunate man, to the dunk with that nade, but even worse, 0 in the bank account.
Yeah. You can thank the Deagles of the Mines for that one, that last round, because of how close it was. Nothing is comfortable right now in Overpass.
At least you get that over the line. Hetsu probably the most successful individual to this point, will be able to stay on that for defense. But Colorado, I mean, this is really stemming right from where I hoped this would continue from map 1, right back and forth like this.
Back and forth, you know, you don't want to see those long, successful strings of rounds that Houston were finding back on Ancient here on Overpass, or you might have been just kind of counting prayers at that point. Instead, Gore, 11-3, battling with Hetzo for control. Things you love to see if you're a fan of the mines. At the moment...
Oh, man. Just saw that all go down right there. Aquatics, they're just holding the line right now. I mean, this shakeup, it could come into an instant, but out of flashes.
Are your Deagles as good as the mines were just in the last rounds? Because this is so possible with the way that air switch played back on Ancient. Molly out towards bathrooms. It seems like still the mines are proving to just poke and prod their way around, but look at this cheeky angle from Ducko with the USP. It's going to be cleared. Your knee sticks out, and oh, Ducko thought he could get away with something.
Trying to get a little cheeky there, but hey, you're trying to make it happen with the USP. Now, oh my goodness, if you can turn him right into where that AK is for just a moment, removed like that, and now the Stampede will come into the sight. $700 pistol for Aquatics will get nothing, and Yag will just try and close out air switch here if they can try and move into bank, but oh man, just knocking out the defense again. These guys are hunting him down.
Yeah, air switch is finessing right now. TP as well. But no stone goes unturned towards that post plant. And the University of Houston, they start to fall behind once more. That's 2 rounds in a row for the Mines to take back their lead 4-3.
And it's definitely a rocky road when you can get into these really low economic turns where, you know, right now they're at a point at which they decide to go for what really looks to be maybe a slow buy coming through, but it's mainly that half coming out, right? There's something I really do like. I mean, I was a big fan of Valorant during the beta, haven't really stayed on course with it, but I did love the return feature.
Yeah, I did as well. And I thought that's something that CS did right with this CS2.
Oh, yeah. I would just fat finger the buy menu so much, you know?
I would, like, go from playing Valorant to go to play CS, and I'd buy something and I'd be like, don't worry, I'll sell it. Wait. I can't.
Yeah. Accidentally buy that scout when you're going for an AK. It can all go south, but Gore on this rifle will just be closing the distance on it. 13-3 is the score right now. Living up to that God Butcher name that we have been hoping to see this whole time. But now he can just try and separate himself from both of these players. Now there is your entry coming through the smoke. That will be nice. And now they're just removing everybody, even from that Bravo base. It's just going to be Aquatics hanging around for just a moment longer.
And this ain't Thor, Love, and Thunder, Gore the God Butcher. This is comic accurate.
Yes, this is true.
This is comic accurate. 15-3. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, Cyan just, like, shortly behind 8-4, but nobody's really had to do anything because quite like, you know, Frizzy back in our first series for Fisher is just doing everything.
Oh, yeah, and I was waiting to see that come up, but then you saw really a couple of those individuals get into their, you know, pretty consistent marks towards the next part of that first half that you sort of saw the Mines wake up in, but they're continuing it on now to look to try and win out this first half.
My only worry is for this half is, you know, the CT side already doesn't have a lot of space to work with. It's really tight gunfights that you're taking and kind of, you know, hoping that you can hold this space while the T side are just using all their utility to dismount you from those positions. I'd like to start seeing Houston fight for some aggression on a lot of these places. Use their util to block off the Mines because so far The Mines have just been walking all over this map. You see Aquatics are going to continue to trade. He's not going to stand for too long. 2 members left for Houston. When the dust settles, Post Plant's going to be an advantage.
And Hetsu, he is just going to run in on it. These guys, they got to attempt it now. In this MR12 format, you can only save so much.
There's no kits on these members, too.
Ooh. And right now, you look at the positioning, they're all backed up.
And Hatso's getting nothing to work with. He's got to go deep for this one. Smoke over towards short, but they don't fully check towards bottom side. And Yeg swings out for not 1, but 2 kills. That secures at least an even half for the Mines.
Yes, it does. And there you go. This is where they've taken all of that from map 1. And they are trying to bring this all the way to map 3. Wouldn't that be a treat in this one? Because, hey, they're sort of looking like Houston back then, but I don't think they want to let it go at all.
No. So do we see Houston start to gain that confidence we saw back on Ancient, fight for some of this aggressive spacing on their CT side? I'd love to see this aggression from short that we see in the pistol kind of eco rounds in their rifle rounds, because it seems as soon as they get these rifles in their hands, they're so afraid of taking these battles and fighting for the space.
Just ducking back is Ducko right back on A. Aquatics.
Flash.
Oh, so pretty. My gosh, that's spacing into entering one-on-one. Yeah, you can teach the course on it if you want. My goodness, we'll give him a PhD as well. And Ducko, he'll try to come in and get something 1-on-5.
That is just as clean as it gets to executing onto a site. Executing over towards water to begin with. If you told me that the map set was Colorado School of Mines picked Ancient and the University of Houston picked Overpass, I would have called you crazy with how these games have been going so far.
Certainly. I mean, it does not look to be this way, but I mean, at a certain point, you gotta get it done wherever you are. And now they are stepping on the gas. Air switch up close with this op, but now it's personal for El Pedro Dos. And now you get that response finally. But now the Colorado School of Mines sent searching.
It seems like I was wrong for this one. Ancient was actually the pick of Houston, and Colorado School of Mines picked Overpass. So suddenly, I feel dumb.
All good. Regain. That's
I
what
just
we
had
say.
to go look it up. I just had to confirm because the math wasn't mathing.
Oh my goodness, that doesn't math. Just
Right
that
between
swing
legs.
onto him like that. That's ridiculous.
A chance for Mines back into this one, though. Beautiful shot from Gore. 16-4, by the way. Yeg, 13-6 off those eco rounds. He's been counting up the numbers. Hetso doesn't spot the player towards sandbags, and Gore a chance at another kill, but it's not going to happen. Molotov on default. HE to buck it off. Gore's going to just continue to pay for it. It's all down to Cyan. Still fighting with that AWP. Goes in with the pistol, and doesn't seem like he's going to go for too long. That AWP is going to be recovered by TB, but drop for the AK, surprisingly enough.
Get this one more up, right? You're in this response. You got this mode, right? The CT side, right? CS2, CSGO really aside, it's been this way for the whole time. I mean, better teams can get these favored T sides out of it, and that's what you're seeing in front of you. But there needs to be that line at which you need to stand up for Houston.
Yeah. Gotta find their ground on this map for sure. Although they won that last round, look at the bye they have going into this.
Yeah, the scouts, it's not looking great.
I mean,
Is air switch on the USP? Is this a why not Mirage moment?
it just leaves me to wonder, why didn't they pick up the AWP if Hetzo was just going to go to the scout?
Ooh. Absolutely right on that one. But now you've got to get that opening kill, and what a face to find. Gore taking off the board right now. So next, that heavy hitter Yag is going to have to pull him back.
That kind of gives away that Houston, even though their money wasn't that good, they are going to be able to still fight for this round. Now, M4A1S dropped over towards Air Switch, who now Ducko is playing with that USP, and it does seem like this little game of hot potato is going to be working for them because another player drops from the mines. That's both of the top fragging players of this team out of the server. That's going to lead a couple of these now members to try to step up where they're missing it. Side with a Tech 9, first one in. Looks like the swing going to be trading out by El Pedro Dos. Flank being worked on too while this is going down. The bomb gets planted. The post plant is in a 2 versus 3.
Flank is very far away, though. It's going to have to come in time. Already chasing up to Sands, but now you're separated. And El Pedro Dos is putting together the most. 4 for the man himself. And now it is just his turn to knock it out of the park. If he can get up to this ace, it would be that 12th kill. But it is Jarek to get in on some of the fun getting that. But hey, there's your 8, and what a good half.
What a good half, too. I mean, what a comeback in that round just alone. Down in a 3 versus 5. And the University of Houston, they let it fall between their fingertips, and it's going to hurt. But I talked about it back on Ancient. And that second half, the T side of the Mines, it wasn't the greatest start. But when they started to come back, it was not just Gore. It was El Pedro Dos who was winning a lot of those individual battles. And we just see the capabilities of this player with a rifle in their hand. But back onto the pistols. Can Houston bring this back? A pistol round here and now could mean their way back to an equal game, and they're just going to run it right down long. This member inside of bathrooms should hear all of these footsteps, and he is calling to his team, hey, guys, get back. I need help right now.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a ton of movement, so now that call has to come out. Now there will be a scramble back into Sands, and from afar, there's that USB. It will stand up. Even from Bank, there will be pressure everywhere. So many players flooding into the site. Bodies everywhere. El Pedro Dos trying to get it back. Everybody, it is a joint effort, and there is Jarek getting that 2K at the end of things to close it out.
It's the issue just with sending 5 members into one general area of a map like Overpass, which is really big when you think about it, is you not watching the push-through connector. All 3 members of Houston just are able to walk through for free, set up that flank, take control of bathrooms, and Houston are forced to plant default. In that sense, plant 4 bathrooms because they don't have bank control, they don't have dumpster control, so there's really no safe place to play as soon as they got to that site. It was a cheeky play out of Houston, but at the same time, they need to be a little bit more tricky than that.
Yes, they do. And really, at a certain point, if they don't respond in time, they may just have to put their heads elsewhere because for a different time, right? Get that in the demo room. But right now, they can figure it out. As we saw from map 1, this thing always competitive.
FAMAS and an A1S for the Mines to find double digits here. And you think back to Ancient, I mean, at least the Mines were able to bring it back to a very competitive scoreline at the end of that map number 1. This time, who's going to be that player to make it happen? Hetzo, 12 and 11, maybe you can rely on his slaying potential. Aquatics, 10 and 11, hasn't had that bad of a game, but you look at Air Switch, who was one of the most influential players back on Ancient. 4 and 13. TB as well. 4 and 12. You're going to need some of the team to start to work their way back into the server.
Definitely one of those players as well. Ducko was one of your A defenders, right? And that was so much pressure that they brought onto that site. So that scoreline is concerning. We need to see these individuals get going like this. There is one of the ones that has been succeeding this whole time. Now can you prop up Air Switch? And now Pedro Dos. Oh, he will let them pass for a moment, and the MP7 will come out bright.
And that's bombed down, so suddenly you got to pivot back and contend against this MP7, which is just so tough. Time is going to dwindle all the way down. Hetzo, I think, died after the time was done. And that is just not what you like to see for Houston.
That's a big blow. And especially at this point, right? You're able to carry over $350.
Yeah.
After that, I mean, my gosh, that is going to sting real bad. And right now, Colorado, they just need to pick up 3 more, so they'll take it wherever they can. El Pedro Dos, though, I love that there is still this very passionate subset of the community, the SMG community, that just loves that MP7.
I mean, let's be honest, it's CS2. I feel like you can use any shotgun, any submachine gun.
Put your own spin on things. It's all on the board right now. Oh my goodness. Hetsu, he certainly is. If he just went right out of that a little bit further, he may just get to that contact. Right now, this is perfect timing.
Here.
Yeah. Yag's going to be right at the top of it. And now, oh my goodness. My gosh. That peak, it comes in, but it doesn't favor the CTs.
If it was an MP9, just saying.
Oh, wow. That's what a lot of people would say. It's a little cheaper, too. I'm a big MP9 guy, so I support this message.
Remember, down for the mines. This is a chance for Houston to put one on the board here on their T side. Rotating back over towards B, and Yag has already fallen off. This Moss has to reposition, find some stable ground. Over towards Pit. Yag loses their head. And all the aggression to play with here for Houston. Air Switch is going to spot a member just to the other side of the smoke. Gore goes down. You're feeling very comfortable after that one if you are Houston, though. Round is not over. In a 2 versus 4. They've lost these before, but it seems like all is well that ends well. These rifles, they're leaving. Houston, get a 5th.
Wow, they are just getting out of there. And I mean, who could blame them? You gotta save what you can to try and have some sort of attempt to get right back into this thing. But there you go.
There you go. Now, is this the kind of moment where the fire is lit underneath the Cougs? Are they kind of getting ready to pounce on this opportunity back in towards the game? It's going to be 5 rounds to tie us up at 10. Another 3 after that to take this map win and put this series away in a 2-0 fashion. But you can't expect the Mines to stay down 4-2 too long, although they won't be able to put together a full buy here.
Yeah, and now this is where we sort of saw in map 1, the turns tied. So it's good that you bring this up, right? It's that financial advantage that will be pressed before it really is, right? Just getting that confidence into those gunfights. If you can get a couple rounds on the board via having that financial advantage, that's confidence back, right? You can get this going and finish it out on map number 2 if you're Houston. But I don't know. Colorado, they've looked deadly, maybe taking a conservative approach into the last one. They'll have their guns up in this one, but will it be enough?
Oh, you look at the utility behind them. I mean, full utility on El Pedro Dos, but no utility for Cyan. Okay, maybe an HE, but I mean, a smoke on Jarek, Molotov and smoke on Yag, a smoke for Gore, who's going to immediately smoke off Monster, you expect. Not a whole lot to work with when it comes down to that. Fireworks! Allowed to see that, maybe. Miscue for Houston again? I don't know. I've seen plenty of NA nades today.
Certainly. And I mean, it's a little bit of a highlight, but at a certain point, you gotta start counting these opportunities that really, you can count them as wasted ones at a certain point. Doesn't really fault you too bad, but it's in the details like that. And when you're trying to pull off a comeback like this, you really got to be perfect and really try and be ahead of the line. So getting up with this control on the FAMAS, that's an interesting situation to be in. Maybe not preferable for every player, but you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. And Hetsu, he'll do it with whatever.
I've seen rounds like this from Houston back on Ancient where they understand the economy of the mines and they slow down their pacing to see if, you know, the mines just continue to layer this utility over and over again until they have none left. And that's why their Ancient T-side was so successful for Houston. I love the fact that we're seeing this again here on Overpass.
they're just slowing it down so much. Oh my goodness. 33 is at the timer. And Overpass is not a map that you can do this. I know that you can get down into B quickly, but where you actually throw this utility on A, it's a bit of a walk. So now you get up, and now with this time, you gotta rush into it. You can't clear out these corners. And now you pop out like that. That's the bomb down, and Cyan, he can just dance around it and dance on the grave of Houston, because now they're getting back into this hard.
And as much as I like seeing Houston pivot like this and they're pacing, at the same time, I've seen it fail before. It happened on Ancient, and it happens here on Overpass. Cyan dances around those dead bodies. The bomb goes down in a bad spot. There's no time to plant, and players getting shot from all over the place. So, yeah, I mean, Houston, they had the right idea. Just their execution a little bit off the mark.
Just like that, I mean, it's a couple more chances that you may not have, and in this one, oh boy, this is complicated by a couple of Glocks. You get these paired up with the MAC-10s. You can get the Scout going. I guess this is an investment of some sorts, but it might just get chopped down like this. Oh.
El Pedro Dos, another one to just continue tallying up these kills. Now on 17 alongside Gore. He's climbed to the mountain. That is the top side here of Overpass. And Gore's going to get removed. Nice shots there for the pistol, but now you got to get through El Pedro Dos, who still has control of Fountain. Bomb down just below him. And Cyan to work hand in hand with this player. So Aquatics has to swing with his pistol. Bait for his teammate along the other side, but TP is not going to get anything done with that AK. And the mine's now on map point, ready to send us to Vertigo.
And right, we have it. I guess some Vertiglobals tonight on the menu. We're seeing it twice, potentially, if those mines can finish this thing out. Now going back up against this AK-5, but at a certain point, you know, you look at the ghosts, the guys that were missing from this game, TV, Air Switch, and Ducko. Maybe what they need is a change of scenery on the Vert.
Full gas, no brakes here through Monster. Hatso leading. Tip of the spear so sharp. An air switch is going to be removed from the round, but already the damage has been done. Nice HE to land right at the doorstep of Hatso, but the bomb still will go down. And here comes the cavalry back on in. Nice taps away from Aquatics. Player inside heaven. Aquatics gonna take down a second one. And we're not done just yet, Marky. We're gonna continue this train that is Overpass.
Yes, we will, for at least one more. And this one, it was just shot out of a cannon. Entries like that from Hetzo, you know, if these guys are to heat up at any point, we could see another last-minute comeback attempt come out from where your back is firmly pressed against that wall at 12 now. So we're going to be able to save this one over. I think we're going to be able to get a good buy up for the mines in this next one. But at least the victory over Houston right now.
One by one, I mean, one step at a time. And I'm getting deja vu from what we had back on Ancient. 6-12, you know, a couple more rounds. The mines were able to bring it back to 10 at least at this point. If Houston can do that here, great. All good for this team. But if not, they're already probably thinking about ways to get through Vertigo. This isn't their map pick, so they probably don't feel too shaken up for what's happened right now. But a couple more rounds would make them so comfortable in what's to come.
So close on that spam, and really just that short control. It's all silent. Third player still up towards A. Would need to be probably pulled away here momentarily. This dual setup at B. These guys are locked in. You know, they get these kills or they drop, so success will depend on that.
Waiting for the 1 minute mark. Here we go. Yeah, it's going to be the first line of contact. Good for one, maybe a second one. Hatso denies. 1 versus 1 trade there, and the nade should be able to catch a little bit extra more damage to soften them up. Jarek just sitting in pit. It distracts for a few minutes. Or sorry, for a few seconds at that. Bomb will go down, though.
That's what it feels like for him, though. Minutes with whiffs like that. It's unfortunate.
I love
he buys
this.
the time. I do too. Now they're all going to swing out just like this. Approach it as a team. The damage is there, and now it's all up to those low HP players. Can they pass the test? But can they pass Hetzo? Finally, they do. And Cyan, he will come in here late. He's got 16 HP and a kit, but does he have a clue?
This is it. Smoke's gonna be dropped. Cyan's gonna hop in right away. He has a kit. The HE. Kobe's right onto it, and we keep going, Marky.
My goodness, when was the last time you seen a TB make a round-winning play with a pass like that? Great stuff right there. That nade in the end. You're keeping this thing going. It's close. You're on the bomb like that, but no dice, and now you're reset again.
12-7. Zed, one step at a time. It might be close, but a win's a win. The AK is back in the hands of these players with utility behind it. They are looking to pick up the pace. Stack inside of connector. There's 3 members here. Air switch goes down. Can we see some damage control? Yes, we can. But Jarek and Gore continue to battle it out. And somehow, Marky, we find ourselves in a 2 versus 2.
Oh boy, it all shakes out like that 40 seconds into the round. That really does favor the Mines. On the other foot, you can get caught like that if you get too tricky. Now it's all left on Yag, an interesting man to put up into the clutch, but it's really all where he positions himself.
I don't think Hetzo could hear the footsteps from connector, so Quadix is going to walk into this, and Yag does have that deagle, and man, those deagles have been sharp today. So I'm not going to take this away from Yag playing on Optimus. Bomb's gonna go down. Yag's gonna hear that around the corner. Not gonna be seen. Yag upgrades the AK. 64 HP. Tiptoeing around the smoke. Tiptoeing around death. And Aquatics on the other side. 50. This is doable for Yag. Around the corner. He's gonna spot it. And Yag puts it away. The Mines take us to Vertigo. 13-7.
Just like that, Yag tiptoeing in his Jordans around the site, gets that final defuse, and that is what brings us to Vertigo. It's a treat that we get to see it twice, but let's see who are the real Vertiglobals here in just a moment. My gosh, what a good game too.
What a way for the Mines to do it as well. I mean, hats off to a couple of those players continuing off the success that they had from Ancient, that resurgence that we saw towards the end of it. They might have lost that map 1, but they didn't go down without a fight. And then you had Gore, the proclaimed God Butcher of the server, the comic book accurate one, not the movie accurate one for sure, because we don't talk about that whatsoever. And then in this second half, we had El Pedro Dos Marquis, and those two just seem like the dynamic duo of the Mines.
I loved seeing him get going, because that was someone that was a little quiet on map 1, right? And you need to see them get that confidence up, get that performance in consistently. And so when you're bringing it to map 3, his head's going to be in the right place. And when this thing kicks off, see him red hot.
Yeah, and I myself am a big fan of map 3s. I'm sure the chat is excited to get to Vertigo. Marky, we get to go back again to this map. How are you feeling about these two teams and the way that they're shaping up so far on it?
Oh boy, you know, when we get to this map 3, there is going to be this conversation of how the knife round will shake things, right?
Okay.
But once you get into it after that, I mean, it can be that 50-50 mix, but I think whoever lands on this T side will maybe see their fortunes.
Oh, it's a big call for sure. I mean, the T side has definitely been the favorite out of the two between both of the maps that we did see. You know, I am happy to see that at least towards the second half of that overpass, the Mines were able to put together a really sound CT side. You know, there were some mistakes for sure, but there were mistakes on Ancient as well. I think that Vertigo is the toss-up for me as well. It's going to come down to who gets to what side. And I'm just going to sit here and wait and see, folks. So we're going to head to a quick little break when we get set up with this third map, Vertigo on the horizon. You're watching the NACE Star League. We will see you with the conclusion after this. back and forth affair between both of these teams. Ancient goes the way of Houston. And the Mines managed to pull this one back on their map pick of Overpass. That's going to leave us with one more map. Vertigo coming up to decide who's going to take the win tonight. Marky and myself, Seymour, on the cast. Marky, let's talk a little bit about the Mines going through Overpass, because as they brought this one back, they are seeming to be a force to be reckoned with.
Boy, and I wish I could see just really in these last couple of, rounds before you can really cut out those first real chain of events that happened from Houston, because certainly in these last 30 rounds, the total, oh man, I would really start to think that the School of Mines has won significantly more. And so I like to think that maybe their heads are over there, but don't get too ahead of yourself. You got a whole map 3 to play.
Full Vertigo to go through, and I mean, we saw it just earlier between Fisher, and they managed to sweep their way through that map quite easily. I don't expect that to be the same case. Both teams have had their chances on their map picks. They looked great, but it wasn't clean, it wasn't flawless, and you said yourself that it's going to come down to this knife round. Who's going to get T side to start off? Who's going to finish on that CT side? Definitely feeling like that is going to be the advantage when it comes down to it. Aside from that, the way that these two teams have been kind of in a tug and war between each other, you got to look to some individual players on each team to possibly, kick off on the right foot for these teams. Obviously, when you're talking about the Colorado School of Mines, you're going to look to Gore and El Pedro Dos for that fragging potential, the entry potential that those two seem to give. Even, you look at El Pedro Dos and the way that he's really heating up towards the later ends of these rounds. I'd say that his closing potential has been second to none to a lot of these players inside the lobby. But on the other side, you're definitely going to have Hetzo, who has been on fire throughout that Overpass. He seemed like the player that was really the difference maker for Houston. You need to start seeing somebody else. You need to start seeing a dynamic duo be bred into this team.
Certainly, and you know what? I mean, there are a couple of those guys that need to come up and match Hetsu, right? TB, Ducko, and a bunch of those guys. And if they can't do that, no dice. Excuse me.
No dice at all. And while we get ready for this map number 3, folks, don't forget, Nace Star League has, in partnership with Ubisoft, is debuting a video series later this fall featuring select schools that are actively involved in the Rainbow Six community. Does your school have a strong competitive program or vibrant community? We want to hear from you. Apply now at playfly.com/rainbow-6. That's at the bottom there, playfly.com/rainbow-6. And show off your Rainbow Six community. Let us know what your school is all about, because if there's one thing I love, Marky, it is with the school pride that is brought to esports.
Certainly, and that's what it's all about, right? Bringing these people together, showing these vibrant communities that when you bring it together, I mean, it's really a beautiful thing. We love esports, and so do you. Let's see map number 3, and let's see what these collegiate boys have planned for us. PB, he's got a lot on his plate, and he can't get it all.
Painting the wall with those members, but not securing a kill. Air Switch and Aquatics not too far behind TB, and Damage Control will be able to continue to keep this one competitive. Air Switch, another one, swings across. The headshot lands from Ducko. That leaves one member, Jarek, stuck on the site, having to dance around these dice. Jarek's going to land the first one. Air Switch on 13. Has to reload the pistol, and that is how our first round is going to end.
Wow, and you know what? There you go. School of Mines. You start off on that T side. You get that pistol, but it just could have easily gone the way of Houston right there. One bullet really could have came through for our Air Switch, but it all made the difference for the Mines.
Continuing off their success from Overpass. Look at this from Houston. A 5-stack down B. Already on the flank. Science gets here so many footsteps, but where are they coming from? Hetzo and Gore are going to meet head-to-head. Contact Cyan. Gonna have to spray down with this MAC-10. Only good for the 1 kill. His players pivot behind as the bomb gets planted. And this round doesn't seem doable for Houston. You just got to tip your hat at what could have been.
Certainly, El Pedro Dos. Oh, close. Running out of bullets right here, but Aquatics doesn't have to get another frag to secure that weapon. He'll just get away with that one, and TB will have that MAC-10 for better or worse.
It's not a bad round, I'd say, for Houston. You get 2 kills, you pick up those guns, and now maybe a chance with those guns to take a few extra out of these hands. But at the same time, you want this one to end quickly so you can start thinking about what is next, and that is your rifle round.
Certainly so. And it all comes crashing down at the end. Was that a team kill that came in? Did I just see that right? They all go down, and hey, man, it has to happen some way. You send that MAC-10 up and try to get that dirty work, because really just saving it over isn't going to do anybody like any huge favors, especially on that CT side. So you know how big that bomb radius is. Try and punish that T side.
So here we go into the rifles for Houston. A little bit of aggression being fought towards scaffolding. What you would expect on Vertigo for sure. That's TB with the FAMAS. Other than that, over towards B. Very patient. Even through the middle of the map, you look at Aquatics and the way that they're playing. They're just going to be sitting on that half wall, watching for the aggression of Gore. And if Gore gets caught here, it's going to open up some extra lanes for, you know, Houston to have to cover. It seems like they're just going to walk right up ramp here. Gore, the one to lead, forces the School of Mines to back down and reposition.
Yeah, just on that positioning, it's better for Hetzo. This is one of the individuals we were saying needed to step up. Already, you're seeing it matched by a couple of those players. Now, Colorado, they're going to make sure they're going to get everything in thorough. They've got these nades up onto the site, but
What a
up and
shot.
above, that is crazy.
Above the smokes, air switch hits it. And this is one thing we didn't see against Fisher. The disengage from the aggression on ramp. Houston have nothing right now. At all. And yet they're still driving this site. They backed up. Jarek gonna have to fight his way through. Nice shots through the smoke. Connects with both Hetzo and Aquatics. That's gonna bring us down to a 2 versus 3. But take a look at the HP of the Mines. Definitely not out of this.
Got one flash. We'll see how Ducko can get this through, but now you're both dropped really low. Sian has really in that red, but they're just going to tuck in. That bomb is tabs, and now the first one comes through. So now red on red HP, but no kit.
No kit. Do you live? Is there space to live? Cyan, definitely no, but TB does. Okay, I was gonna say with with CS2, I never know.
I safe, right?
I gotta make sure. I gotta like look at the map, be like, okay, that's where you're safe. Just I'm studying for my own needs.
Certainly, right? You got to make sure you are secure when you're going for that. I think we got a pause coming out here. Not sure. I think we are leaning maybe to the tech variety. But so far, Colorado School of Mines, they're not missing a beat. And at some point, Houston, you're gonna be needing to get this money up. Right now, you have this gun up on TV. I wouldn't be surprised if you sell this and really just wait until everybody can lock in, maybe get a good half buy going into this one, because I think it's really just one away from the big buy with all of the nades.
I was so sure that was going to be a Houston round two, the way that they played that. The disengage off of ramp, you saw the Mines weren't able to really get anything done towards that other than chip damage here and there. But then suddenly Jarek lands a couple shots through that smoke, and the tides turn in an instant. I mean, talk about what could have been for Houston. A big what-if moment.
Definitely, right? And I mean, at a certain point, this T side is one that you can fan, but it's one of really just stabbing it right through the heart. You got to really just eliminate all momentum. And at a certain point, you see this scout, it could come out again. Obviously, we're not locked into anything still here in the timeout, but I don't know that this buy could get it done. It just seems desperate.
And a hero rifle for TB off of that last round. So, and one thing that I'm worried about for like this CT side of Vertigo is the stall potential that this team's going to have. Because again, I mean, quite like Houston, the Mines has been really good at drawing out this utility so quick and waiting it out to kind of explode on the side and execute. And although the money isn't the best of the mines, Al Pedro Dos should be able to drop for a teammate. Possibly. No, I actually no. I'm definitely so off for that. My math.
Maybe he can get over a Galil, though. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of players are really not shy to getting that thing up. I think a lot of people can, you know, remember a lot of times where, hey, when you're getting into the nitty gritty of these games and you really can drown out the util of Houston, maybe it is good to get up that Galil so you can get all 4 of those nades up, whether it's that double flash or that single HE equipped. You know, you can sort of get into this thing, drown out the couple of smokes that Houston has, and really in the next one, they're going for this half buy right now. They're not going to be able to get up everything they need in the next.
I think Valve updated the bubble physics inside the Molotov. I just noticed that.
I see.
It's just the small little details that I'm starting to notice in CS2. I think I notice them more when I'm on the casting desk than when I'm actually playing the game. When I'm playing the game, I'm just like focusing on mostly on my nades.
Focusing on not getting burned to death by the molly, I guess.
Yeah, more so than looking at the molly.
And that's something that I have, you know, jokes aside, notice as well. You know, there was a lot of a discussion, obviously, with Source 1. It's ancient history. It's gone forever. Just kidding. You can still play it on a demo viewer. But, you know, there used to be such a discussion of what video settings you needed to try and, you know, get right back at these mollies. And I think there were a lot of people that were really kind of upset. They're running CSGO at these low settings to try and get these high frames. But I'm pretty sure it came to the point where high settings with, you know, getting as close to the molly as you can would lead to an even engagement.
And it does seem like, you know, while we discussed our love for the game, it does seem like things have leveled up for the break that we did have. So back into towards the action. It is the hero rifle and the scout to be looking at. On the other side, scout for Cyan, full utility on most members, and AKs across the board.
And they're just being so slow in this one. Look at Gore just holding the back door right there. Just not anybody getting out of ladder today. Air switch, everybody. They're really just trying to get into every nook and cranny of this thing. But that molly thrown out, Ducko. From afar with this 5-7, you can maybe get these jinx, but you'd have to get lucky. Oh boy. Is that straight through that smoke? Wow.
That should have been through mid. So, if possible, that's an AK recoverable if Houston deem that so. Is an execute over towards B. Flash out for El Pedro Dos. Although I'm a believer of the Ducko, it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to land that headshot with the 5-7. That's bomb planted right away.
El Pedro Dos, they can just... Okay, you're going to go for a little something daring there, maybe Hexo. They're just going to dig in to these positions, really just let this thing go. First these pistols, and so he's gonna let it go. Let's get daring. Let's just shut down like that, and it's all gonna come down to Aquatics. Got the M4.
Okay.
Yeah, I had no time at all. Jarek, I don't even know if he's gonna be able to let him get away. I think both these players may go down to Bob. Yeah, Jerky is 87. He should be able to get away.
Aquatics lives. Confirmed you at least make it over towards Nest there. It's safe from the bomb explosion. But 4 rounds in a row for the mines. And, I mean, you would expect that for going into that one, looking at the buy-up from Houston. But Houston's able to hold on to an A1S. They do some minimal damage towards the mines. Economy still isn't pretty for Colorado School of Mines, so it's just kind of this is it. This is a great chance for Houston to bring themselves back into the game.
Certainly, and maybe some flashback from that original Ancient that we saw ourselves on not really too long ago, but it seems that way. TB up here at 51. Oh, that is a lot of damage.
44, Cyan on 31, Yag on 20. I mean, you're going to be looking at El Pedro Dos and Jarek to deadlift this round.
We saw some plays like this come out on Vertigo earlier, but you really got to pick your poison right now because it really just could come right back at you from Yag. As this time ticks down, so will the smokes, and we'll see the next move come out.
DB. Gonna catch some timing here of scaffolding, but it's going to be Gore that gets that timing. And there's the opening, the green light to go. They're going to molly over towards Sandbags, immediately smoke it as well, just to deny that space. Through the smokes, I mean, those A1Ss are going to be able to cut down some of these members, and they do. Yeg ends up dropping, so we're in a 4-on-4 for the retake, but again, you got to look at the health of these players. On the School of Mines, Hetzo's going to be the one leading in, but he goes a little too deep. Gore on the crossfire connects with his head. And suddenly this time is getting so low. You do have kits, but you have to find 3 members who are now set up in this post plan.
Ooh, and up and above for Ducky does not go. But now air switch, they're getting back in on this. Aquatics, they can bring it into the site. They can bring it into side hall. Now you got to get on the bomb and play defense. Your bodyguard can't stand up for it, but Cyan will, getting this flawless 5th round onto the board.
A 5th round is definitely not fully flawless. Cyan, the only one staying alive for Colorado School of Mines. But again, that's 5 rounds in a row, continuing to just put this out of contention for Houston. They need to find some kind of success soon, or things just keep getting scarier and scarier. Yeah, this is flashbacks from what we saw back on Ancient. But the tables turned for the sides because Houston was the one in the driver's seat then.
Ooh, and now these bullets back and forth, and Yag, he does pay the worst on that. Drop down so low, and this has been a constant on to these T players, but Houston, through that, have not been able to sort of convert it. So now Pedro Dose almost up for another entry, but just fanned away for a moment with that smoke, but what a nade.
Yeg going down is big for Houston. Now they can start to really lean to one side or the other with which ones they want to stack. Hetzo's going to re-clear through mid with this 59, but he's not going to fully check it, and tucked away is Jarek to equalize this, and all of that advantage thrown away in the blink of an eye. Ducko hiding. And again with this MP9, upgrades the AK. Is going to be enough. Ducko, yes, he gets 2. And Cyan's going to fall. 3 members drop towards B. And finally, Houston seemed to put a pin in what's been the momentum of the School of Mines.
Aquatics, he'll just lock into this one and try and send it away. But Jarek can get up into this one. 7-2 to this point with the bomb right at his disposal. But with 15 seconds left, he may just have to duck away. Will end up just pushing forward for it. Got the bomb on his back. He will be attempting it, but will just fall. A nice headshot to come forward from Aquatics, staying true to his position.
I said it back on Overpass, I'm going to say it again. First round's always the hardest. This is when I expect Houston to start to collect a little bit back now on Vertigo and, you know, start to stake their claim into the CT side. You need it at this point if you are the Cougs, because you started off so strong today, losing on Vertigo in the sense that you are now. It's definitely not that you were hoping for, but El Pedro Dos beats out the Molotov with his Tech 9, and suddenly he's got an A1S.
And my goodness, they are going up and over Hetsu. He will just spray them down, and there are a couple of those kills that do come through. Gore is still left alive, but this push really isn't just really the traces of it. Oh my goodness. Let's see more. I can't believe this. He's going to get the timing and then some. What just happened?
That is murder. Firsthand, we've just seen first-degree murder, second-degree murder. I'm not a law student, but that is all of the murder right there.
Certainly.
Or completely sidelines Houston and has brought this back from an unwinnable spot to what is the 6th round for the School of Mines, and he's going to let them know what he just got away with.
I would too. I would absolutely. And it looks like somebody's got to pump the brakes after that. I would, because,
Yeah.
oh gosh, I mean, Houston, you have your chance. You said it yourself, right? It only takes one of these to get on the board for these guys to get going. And so after that one, it just slips. And with how fragile, right? How just fragile that CT economy can be. It'll just hurt them so much.
You had so many hopes after that round, or who was the standout player back on Overpass, in the blink of an eye, everything is gone. Look at that spread of kills for Colorado School of Mines. 7 kills for everybody but Yag, who has been struggling on this map, but, who cares? They're up 6-1.
Any way you can get it done, right? TV, he's just stuffing here at backhaul. They're going to lock in, but there is some indecisiveness going on with the setup. Locks in anyway, but the smoke will separate. I'm not sure if that was landing in the right spot. Nonetheless, it'll favor those mines as they look to itch forward. Nothing coming on that flash. They're ahead of them right now.
You can't spell nade without NA.
This is true. Love to see that.
Whether that was, meant to happen or not, the smoke is gone, so it doesn't matter at this point. TP on the little bit of a head angle. Yag is going to be removed from the round again. Just struggling to make any moves here as Yag on the entry. But you can always rely on the rest of the team to pick up the slack.
Yes, you can. Yes, you must. And Jarek, he must do something here in middle. Honestly, just pivoting off his back foot with 40 seconds left. Ducko. You can try and lock things in. Oh, here's another nade. Barely missing the mark.
Here comes Gore. Knocking on the door of this B site. Ducko, the only one standing between them and what could be another round victory. He doesn't make any noise, so quiet. And now he's going to ring off that MP9, and it sings. Let me tell you, it sings. On site, you still have a member, but the bomb is down, and Jarek is still continuing to be an issue. Cyan tucked around in a corner of the AK. What? Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Another round win for the School of Mines.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that MP9 ruins them like that. But what a golden opportunity. That doesn't get finished off. I guess it makes things expensive, but at this point, oh man, you can reach into their pockets really not much farther. I mean, you are now knocking on the door to the end of your bank accounts, but then, again, it's not as pretty for Houston. Still leverage your advantage right now.
I mean, I feel like I'm watching an episode of What If at this point.
Certainly.
You have to be feeling for the University of Houston in the way that this game has been going, because these members have been fighting tooth and nail. Just one small instance of a slip-up, and it's all gone just like that. You can always, rely on a few things. Death, taxes, and a deagle kill in one of these rounds.
Certainly. Oh boy, and then doubling up with the nades on Sandbag. It's all coming to perfection. Air switch. Let's see if he can let the switch go. Doesn't onto those first 2 players, but they will regress. And suddenly, he does. Double up. Captured back. But oh my goodness, Hetsu through the smoke. Things get hectic like this. All left to Gore, who does start us off. But oh, he is about to hit this one in the smoke. And just like that, the 5-7s bring you back. And you can get that 7. But these guys won't stop fighting.
I don't know what to think, Marky. I don't know what to think. Is up really down? Is down really up at this point? What should I believe at this point for Vertigo? Because this map has been anything but straightforward between both of these teams. Some really winnable rounds turning into upsets all over the place. People fumbling their spaghetti here, but now chance for Houston to maybe end on a high note with maybe a 7-5 half. Switching over towards T side. Definitely possible for sure, but here's Garrick now looking to yet again be an issue. And That's it. That should be the round. Done.
Oh, wow. Just long range like that. They're all getting torn out of this one. Gore, oh boy. If you're right around the corner from this, I don't know if error switch. The timing was almost there, but he's putting them into the graves. It's brutal. It's gory. It's all coming together.
Again, I just don't know what to think at this point. That's just such an opportunity that you do not want to see Houston let go of. And Jarek, who has been on top of his calls, the IGL of the School of Mines, has been making all the right reads. And not only that, he's got the punch to back it up too. 10 and 5. Unbelievable.
Now you gotta try and press this advantage, right? You're yet to see TB and Hetso try and get into this game, but they're getting ahead in positioning. They're here right now. El Pedro Dos on the other side, but I wonder if they pop out and describe him.
Consistency starting to show here for University of Houston. TB is going to be able to take a couple to the grave with him. Air switch side by side. Two members do fall from the School of Mines, but Yag has already worked his way over towards B. I'm imagining these players are going to be trailing soon behind. And the University of Houston, they have no idea.
Just like that, bringing it around. He will even just rub it in their face. They know exactly where they are, even approaching from ramp. But there is Yag again. And Ducko will try and search, try and get this gun back at least. One is at his feet. Will just try and stick with this Dexter principle. Getting up. Oh, but the timing for Yag on the long range. MP9 won't be successful. Maybe you'll let him get out, but here is Gore knocking at the door. Ducko, we're here for you.
Yeah, I'm feeling for Ducko right now. Here comes the Hunters, and Yag's not going to allow him to pass. Another round on the board for the School of Mines before this half ends. They are looking at least a 9-3 switch. And even then, I would call this a major victory for the School of Mines. You said that whoever starts on the T side is going to have definitely a favorable time here on Vertigo, and we can already see that Colorado School of Mines are taking you quite literally, Marky.
Certainly, I didn't know if I meant this big, but certainly they are standing up to it and then some. They really are doing a great job, not sort of rushing into these A hits like a lot of teams do, and they just get choked out by those organized defenses that are coming up. But right now, you can bring out the end of this T side. You're getting to this last round. What tricks do you have up your sleeve?
You're gonna have to start showing it sooner or later. XM!
Yes.
For Ducko.
Yes.
Oh, but 14 HP for Ducko.
So sad.
Oh. You know what? It is the XM, though. Benefit of the doubt given.
Certainly. And when you can try and... I believe he is in this position on B to try and get close up and personal usage. Doesn't look like anybody is fishing for that one right now, though. Besides this one player close, and will just chalk up. No dice for the shotgun there. Yag will have all of this space into the site, though. Let's see if he can shut it down. Aquatics will answer back.
Aquatics has been scouting for these spots, but it's been closing capabilities of this team that has been lacking, but you can look to Aquatics to maybe keep this one active. 2 versus 2. Lots of health on the board of both of these teams, but it's the AWP of Cyan looking to hit its mark. Dropped to 26 HP. Shipped on down. One stray nade could put this one away for the end of the half, but Cyan still wants to combat for it. He hears the footsteps and he lands the shot. Cyan confirms double digits at the half.
Cyan is not dying when you are putting him in that clutch like that. Absolutely knocking it out of the park. And these guys are trying to get out of Vertigo quickly.
If you, again, asked me going into this map number 3 if I was expecting it to be one-sided, I would have said no. I would have expected this to be back and forth like we saw at the start of Overpass and continue to be that way until the very end. But Houston, with all of that gas that was used up at the start of Ancient, it just seems like they have slowly and slowly started to slow down. And here, Colorado School of Mines has a chance to win out this series and go up to 3-1 in our standings. Gore, El Pedro Dos on the flank, in the front lines, both winning their fights. El Pedro Dos goes down, but somebody's here to take his place. It's going to be Gore still fighting out with his USP. And University of Houston, they lose yet another pistol.
And even considering going for that knife right there, you see where they're at in their heads, confident as ever. 11 rounds on the board. And this thing, oh man, they're getting the buy in this. Sign them up for 12 right now.
What a turnaround we got. We asked for some players to step up for the University of Houston. They have. Ducko, Aquatics, and Air Switch are all playing phenomenal, but it's putting those final pieces of the puzzle together that this team just keeps on eluding. And you look at Hatso, who honestly was the make or break back on Overpass. He has just not been able to find his footing here on Vertigo. 5 and 13.
It's unfortunate wasn't able to come to fruition, but if you look at the box score, right, it doesn't all just come up to that, but really to the game plan that Colorado School of Mines had coming out in the first half. But here is El Pedro Dos, and he is in this corner, but there is just no chance. Seymour, I feel like I'm watching an episode of The Sopranos because El Pedro Dos sleeps with the fishes right now. No shot in this one, but Gore is going to continue on to this one. Oh my goodness, like ships in the night through that smoke.
Gore stays alive. Repositions, and he trades it out. There's no way. 9 HP, and he's still finding kills. Gore can really do it all. He's going to swap M4 for SMG. Finds an M4 on the ground. Nonetheless, in this 2 versus 2, you have to be thinking Air Switch and Ducko on full health. This should be a sure thing. But Gore's going to get an angle into Ducko, and suddenly everything's weighing down on the shoulders of Air Switch. On the cross, he gets the first, but can't spray down the second. Cyan, he ain't dying, like you said. 16 and 5. Colorado School of Mines now on match point.
Wow. 12-2. What a fierce reawakening these guys have had in this series. Map 2, right? These guys were not out of map 1 at all. But now you are here. Vertigo is their turf, and this is going to be a statement for them and any other team looking their way in Open Premier this season.
One more chance. One more chance we have for Houston on this T side. They have the rifles to back up. And Jarek is actually going to fall here. So suddenly the site's a little bit more open than they would think, or so they think. It's going to be a false sense of security. On the offside, it's Yag there with El Pedro Dos staying quiet. Sprays down 2 in the smoke. Back and forth yet again, these trades go, but Cyan has been unbelievable. But to put away Vertigo, 13-2. The Colorado School of Mines, they're going to take our second match here tonight inside of our Open Premiere.
It goes all the way to that third map, and like we were saying earlier, we are such a fan of getting a treat of a series like this, and it really was just so good for these guys. I mean, we talked about it, you know, these guys starting off with such these tactical T-sides, you know, it was going to be a constant through the whole series, and it did not let up. What highlights were able to come out of this thing. It was entertaining from beginning to end.
Yeah, it was certainly entertaining for sure. A lot of players having some pretty big individual moments on both sides too. I'm not just saying for, you know, the School of Mines. I will say that there were moments where Houston definitely looked like the better team throughout this series, but constantly just sitting there grinding their way through this best of 3 and always being active in these rounds. A lot of clutch capabilities, lots of, you know, opening potential for a lot of these gunfights, and some players just stepping up when you truly needed them. Gore really fitting into that just fragging style that you needed for the side of the Colorado. And you saw this team. They took the reins of the series and they never looked back.
They really didn't. I mean, map one seems so long ago, and it's just a footnote in the series after all. I mean, these guys, they fought back and they fought back hard, and they really earned it every step of the way. You know, each time that we had a question about where their heads was at, we got it answered. I mean,
Yeah,
we saw how far they fought back on map one, really how that would tease the series later on, and it really did it well.
they did. Truly, they did. And I'm impressed with the way that the Cougs went into today. I mean, they had the right game plan going towards Ancient. I thought if they, could put away Ancient in a little bit more of a comfortable manner than heading over towards Overpass, probably a lot less doubt in their minds going towards their opponent's map pick. But as soon as we saw Overpass and we saw, the Colorado State, or the Mines started to, find their way back into the series and start to look a lot more comfortable, you started to see how different these two teams were. And when it came down to a lot of the potential in these players, individually, these players in the School of Mines look so good.
Certainly, and we were talking about the experience that they had going into this series, and when the Cougs came out like that in map one, it surprised us all. And I really think that obviously you were just mentioning the scenario at which you have these guys close out map number one in a favorable fashion. Do you even really have these guys turn it on later on in the series, make the difference? And that's how you see today end out. I mean, it really was an impressive map one from the Cougs, and they should really take solace in that. There were reasons, a lot of financial ones in the first game where you started to see that lead slip. But other than that, I mean, they just weren't the better team today.
Yeah, and with that, the Cougs are going to drop to 1-3 in the standings to tie up against the University of Alberta. And the Colorado State School of Mines are going to advance to 3-1, evening up with UW-Madison. I think that's going to be leading to a lot of fun later on down the line, Marky, when it comes down to seeing the School of Mines and how they're going to evolve even further between this. Because we went to Vertigo even, and we saw Jarek, who was the IGL of this team, start to level up in his own rights, not only making the correct calls at the correct times, but backing that up with some serious clutch potential.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, these guys, you got to be able to do it in every facet. And I mean, that is why, in my opinion, seeing these guys in open premiere, this is going to be one of your more exciting divisions and really getting this thing going. You're going to this 3-1 spot. And when you have an IGL that can frag like that, anything is possible.
Yeah, well, we do have an interview, Marky, all ready to go. We got
Awesome.
Cyan in the booth to bring in. Congratulations on that win, buddy. How you feeling off of that?
Oh, fantastic. You cannot get any better than that, that's for sure.
I mean, lights out on Vertigo for sure, but right away, for your team coming into today, what was the mindset? How are you guys feeling going into this match? Any expectations that you guys were happy to meet?
Going into this match, we felt good. A lot of us, we got to all group up and hang out together just before, so we were discussing, our usual strats and shenanigans and whatnot. And it took a while for us to warm up there on Ancient, but as soon as we got into our groove, I think it felt incredible. We felt unstoppable.
You guys just got better and better as the games go on, for sure. Even you, the way that you closed out that Vertigo was just, it was just unbelievable seeing the way that you were clutching up, even with that AWP in hand. I was talking to Jarek just before this game, and he was kind of mentioning a lot of the roles that you guys do run, but it seemed like you guys were being a little bit more flexible towards that last map on Vertigo. Is there anything that changed going in towards that last map? Is there anything that you guys kind of fancy a little bit more on Vertigo?
I don't know. I think it was really just resetting the mindset, especially, I mean, after Ancient, and then, I mean, we played well on Overpass, and then going into Vertigo, especially starting that T side, we knew that we needed as many rounds as we could possibly get, and we just stayed locked in. What we were doing kept working. We shook it up every once in a while just to make sure that they wouldn't get too used to what we were doing. But it felt like we had a read on those defensive setups just about every time. Those few pistol rounds that I was able to get those kills on B with the mid wrap, those were incredible. Our A hold and our A take felt really, really good. I think overall, staying flexible, especially after a performance on Ancient, really helped us out.
Yeah, you guys look like you wrote the book on Vertigo for a little bit there. So
Yeah.
I'm going to pass you over towards Marky, though. I'm sure he's got plenty of questions to pick your brain about.
Right. So when you're on Ancient, obviously doesn't go your way, but we see that fire get lit. How is that mentality pressing forward towards Overpass? Because we saw it was a little competitive at times, but you took that in strides and then ran with it in Vertigo.
Yeah, absolutely. On Ancient, it took a while for us to really adapt to the pace that the other team was really going for. I think you could really see that our CT setups, we were just out of util by the time they would execute. It took a lot of our like strats that we tried just didn't work. So we ended up just shaking it up, and then especially on that T side, I think what the phrase that I kept saying was, "Don't let them dictate the pace," because when we were waiting for them, we were losing. So our T side got more and more aggressive. We started playing our regular defaults, and our team just started fragging more. And I think that's really what helped us move into that momentum that we took to Overpass, and then to send them home on Vertigo.
Certainly, certainly. And I mean, there were a lot of big moments for you, my man, in the series. How do you stay calm during those moments? I mean, these are big momentum based rounds for your teams. Do you guys thrive with those big energy moments?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's any feeling that's better than winning a clutch situation in CS. Whether it's two or go, it doesn't get any better than that, especially when your whole team's counting on you. So hearing the energy in the call, especially after those rounds go our way, that's what I live for.
Amazing, amazing. But Cyan, my man, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the interview tonight. I know Seymour and I have had so much fun on this long journey, but we've loved having you on, my man.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Wow. What a guy. What a guy. I think he kind of circled around everything that we could have expected for that interview. It kind of touched on literally every detail that I would have hoped to hear from him.
Certainly. And I mean, honestly, he said a million words. He told a great story, but it all comes in. You see his face, right? The emotions bouncing around, excitement, maybe relief. Yeah. You can see it all in the body language. And that's a happy man that I think will be having a great night tonight after this victory.
100%. They're going to be enjoying that win after that long series, let me tell you. For sure. But Marky, before we close out, anything, from you personally about today?
Man, I mean, for me, this open premiere, it went way up and above my expectations, and it has me so pumped to really, we were still discussing it at the beginning, these guys getting off to a bit of a different start, which in terms of how many games they played so far. So maybe more ball to be played there. But honestly, that's all the more better. I can't wait to see these guys get started.
Neither can I. We all live for those clutch plays. We all live for the hype. And one thing that we also live for, the sponsors here at NACE Star League. I want to give a big thank you to them for helping bring this season to life. Extra Life, Duncan, Monster Energy, Odyssey Elixir. This couldn't be possible with them. And with that, that is going to be all for tonight on CS2 here at the NACE Star League, folks. I hope you've been enjoying at home, and I can't wait to see you all back here next time. Take care and have a good night.